Good morning, everybody. Welcome in to the Boar's Nest. Okay, let's go on and get this started by welcoming all the folks in here. We got 17 in chat so far, and I'm going to start naming the people off that's in the chat. I see real and virtual first. I beat Jody. I see Jody, Garv, Tim Molina, Chris Everett, Pork Chop, William Pork Chop. I see Lance McCoo guys up in here. I see Annette Morgan. Welcome in, Annette. I see Carmel Muncie. Okay, Chris Everett. Chucky Morgan. Welcome in, my friend, Chucky. All right, let's scroll on down. Brian B. Welcome in, my man. Garv. Welcome in. We got Sequanchi. I'm gonna have problems saying that name. Stan, anyway. Fishing the Dream. Welcome in. I see Hog Leg Catfishing. He dropped the link. Okay, I see Dink over Stink. Let's welcome in Takedown.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Hello, everybody.
I see Tim Molina. I see Valerie Irwin. I see Curtis. Quiet Man Curtis. Welcome in. I see Fishing for Whiskers. I see Brad Caldwell. Welcome in, Brad. I see. That's it. That's the bottom of the list.
Hey, how everybody doing tonight? Good to see y'all.
Has Live. Welcome in, my friend. And I'm
What's up,
man? Drop a link out there for anybody else that may want to come up on my panel.
Tim Molina, Chris Everett, how y'all doing? Val, how you doing, girl?
Mike's Fishing Home. How about it? I call him Stan 4. Hey, Mike's Fishing Home. There you go, Clayton. Fishing Nut. Yo.
Good, George. How you doing, brother?
We got 22 people already up in here. We're going to welcome in one more.
CVA, what's up?
Welcome in.
What's up, y'all?
Clayton, welcome in. There's Catfish with Calls.
What's up, Clayton? How you doing?
Doing good. I'm laying in bed right now. That's why I got my camera off.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, bro.
Y'all don't want to see me right now.
Nope, not if you laying in bed.
Don't want that picture in my mind. How you been doing,
I just wanted to stop by. I'm doing good.
Yo, come on up here on my panel. Mike's Fishing Home. CVA, welcome in.
Hey, Brad. Annette, how you doing, girl?
Yeah, we got a bunch of good folks up in here.
Mike had a bunch of pro staff. He had all the pros up on his thing today or this evening.
Yeah, I was watching on the big screen.
Yeah, man, he had them in there.
All the people.
I thought about going up, and I was intimidated.
Oh, now don't be intimidated. There ain't nothing but people.
Yeah, he had all the people about wanted the autographs. Every one of them.
Yep, I wouldn't mind having all of their autographs too. But I've come to learn in my life ain't nobody better than me. I don't put nobody above me or Melissa or just people are people.
That's right. We all people, man. That's right.
Welcome in, Dallas.
For sure.
Hey, Lance, how you doing, brother? Dallas.
Steve Locke.
Steve. Dallas.
Hey, Steve Locke, what's up?
Lance.
Lance McCougar. You want to come up on my panel tonight, Lance?
Bring it on up, brother.
Where's Mike's fishing home at? See here?
Yeah, he's in here somewhere.
Hey, Pork Chop.
It's probably all tuckered out.
Where's Melissa? She's in there. She ain't feeling too good tonight. She's got a headache.
That's
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah. Yeah. That joker gonna bounce, I'll tell you that. Tim say he want my autograph on a check.
Quiet man, Curtis.
Oh man.
Brad making fun of me because I had to mop my kitchen.
Hey, you crazy, boy. If he
Yeah.
was double what it was, man. Shoot, come on now.
Now I will say that Mike had a panel full of celebrities up there tonight. And
Man, he has some
Oh, for
$15
sure.
about the money. No doubt about that.
but now they're just people. Don't forget that. They're celebrities, but they're just people.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure. I just haven't been around long enough.
Well,
It don't matter if it's the first day you here, brother. You part of the family.
right, this catfish community is one big family. That's all it is. They'll welcome you in as long as you good people. They'll come right on in and welcome you in.
So tell me, Hog Leg, how was your doctor's report today, brother?
Yeah, I know, Brad. I was laughing, man. I was laughing hard.
I don't know about that, Valerie. It's she's had a coughs and real bad and headaches again, but mainly it's her doctors. They want to have her checked out, and they haven't gotten around to it yet.
You talking about Melissa, man?
Yeah,
Oh, man. I hate to hear that, brother.
I know. I hope she's okay.
She better go get tested because that's how I started there with that mess.
you're right. But she's her doctor called her in some strong vitamin D and zinc and B12 and all that kind of stuff today.
Good
She went
deal.
she went after my doctor's appointment, picked all her medicines up, and maybe that'll get her going again. I sure will, cause
Well, how about your doctor's report, man? How your leg doing?
oh man, I got a great report today, and they said it's 95% smaller than what it was.
All right, man. You healing up there.
Yep. But
That's good, brother. I'm glad to hear that, man.
yeah, it's but of course he said, man, they do it every doggone time I go to them. They cut on that joker again. Welcome
Yeah,
in,
they're gonna cut all
Greg
that.
Wish.
Yeah, they're gonna cut all that deer skin away, man. They call it I forgot what they call it now.
Slack fluff or flush or something like that.
Yeah, they got a different name for it about my wound care, but I forgot the name.
Yeah.
I'll think of it tomorrow sometime.
But yeah, it's doing a lot better, and I can tell it's growing. It's 95% smaller than what it was when I first went there, and then they showed me the progression over videos. I mean, over the pictures of the progression, and I could tell that it was. I mean, it's almost healed up. Got no
Good.
sign. but it's it's still sore. It's still very touchy. And who's got no sound? You got no sound?
I think that's regulators. How you doing, Aaron?
Big Mike, welcome in.
What's up, Big Mike? Hope you're getting better, buddy. Be ready to cast a line again.
Oh man,
Those are some nice reels you had earlier, Big Mike.
yeah, I heard Mike says he lost a couple of $100 worth of stuff today.
Yeah, it ain't hard to do, man.
We can hear you, Aaron. Turn your ears up, Mike. Aaron.
Hey, Brian.
$400 worth. Big Mike.
Oh,
Yeah, he he went to throw out today and lost the rod, reel, bunch of weight, everything.
oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah.
It don't take long to get deep there, throwing that kind of money across the water. Woo.
Yeah.
I gotta head out, y'all. I'm going fishing in the morning. I'm gonna still listen though.
Okay,
All right,
man.
man.
Clayton, thank you for coming up here, Clayton, and I hope you catch a bunch of fish tomorrow.
Heck yeah, I'm going after a big one.
Oh
Do
yeah.
it, bro.
Ain't nothing
Y'all
wrong
have
with
a good
that.
night.
Night, buddy.
Good night. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, he's going fishing again. Aaron. You can't instigator right there. Doing some instigating again. Oh, I'll leave put Brother Aaron's comment on the screen.
The one about the COVID tests. Yeah, they got free COVID tests. I ordered mine today.
Yeah, Melissa ordered ours today, and she got the. I don't know. She gave him my email or something, her email or something for tracking.
Yeah, that's what they do. They ask for your email. They give you updates on the where it's located at and shipping.
Yes, she told me about that earlier. She went ahead and ordered it today.
Yeah, I ordered them too. Well, I ordered them. It said already been ordered. I asked my daughter. I said, "Boo, you ordered them?" They said, "Yeah, did order them yesterday." I said, "Been nice to told me." I tried to order them. They said already been ordered.
But the Doherty County down here, the county we live in, is giving free COVID test home test away to the residents of Doherty
No,
County. So if you go to the if you go to the pharmacists around here, they haven't got any in stock because Doherty County bought them all up and giving them out.
okay. Yeah, they talk like in that thing when I was ordering it is they gonna have places set up where give it tests for free too. I don't know whether it's gonna be clinics or what. I didn't really understand that part, or maybe I didn't read it good enough. But they're gonna have places you can still go get tested for free.
Right. All right, Clayton.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. That's what they told me when I had my test done. I took the long test because they said that the short and fast test or whatever they call it has false positives. Susquehanna stand.
Yeah, you're right, Stan. I don't need no test to tell me I'm sick.
Yeah, you can see that, brother. Ain't no dirty bush.
Heck yeah. You just got to, you just, them tests are just for the people that want to know if they have COVID or not, I guess.
Yeah, that way they know that you know you're in quarantine. You won't be going there getting in no crowd. No, but I'm gonna tell you what, if you had it like I had, you ain't gonna want to go to the house. No way, man. That stuff knocked me. Oh,
Right, right. But
thank you, George. Right, appreciate you, brother.
I tell you what, if me and Melissa get sick, we're going to quarantine no matter what. No matter if we got COVID or not, we just got to keep ourselves quarantined.
Yeah, that's what
We don't want to spread it. We don't want to spread the flu. I mean, if it's the flu we got, we don't want to be spreading the flu. If it's just cold, we don't want to be spreading the cold.
Yeah, but even if I get myself all the way straight, I still ain't gonna get very much because you can get it again, and I might go to the fishing bank. Ain't nobody around, but I ain't gonna get around nobody much.
Right. Okay, Big Mike. Here's the link. Anybody else want to come up here with Big Mike? Y'all more than welcome.
Come on up here, Mike. Yeah, I felt that way a long time too, Brett. I thought that I didn't want that vaccine or nothing, but my doctor kept on after me, advised me to take it. I give in, but I tell you what, I think it helped me when I got this, man, because I never did run a fever, and that's one of the things of it. One of the side effects of it is a fever, but I think those vaccines did help me from having it so severe.
Right, right. After the infusion, you aren't allowed to get a jab. Wow, Tim, I didn't know that. There's the. Okay.
Sorry.
Man, I thought you was practicing your vocals out, brother.
Yeah.
Watch YouTube.
Yeah, I hear you, man. How you feeling? Feeling pretty good, man?
Do it. Yeah, I feel a whole lot better. Losing that
Good,
day.
man. Glad to hear that, man.
Well, tell us about it. You decided to donate a rod and reel to the river. Oops, there he went.
Whoop, he go. I know that feeling. I do that quite often, man. Yeah, hop back in a minute, I guess.
Yeah. I put the link out there again. Mike Turner, click that link. Come on up here. Assume your position.
That's right, Sam 12. Come on up here, brother.
If you want to, that is.
I seen my brother everywhere I went today. He was in a whole lot of lives, moderating and commenting. I seen him everywhere. I think he felt like I was chasing him.
Real Beast, welcome in. There's
What's
that
up,
link up there, Real Beast. I'll stick it up there again. Welcome in, Garv. If I haven't
There you
looked.
go.
Best cadence I've ever heard on YouTube ever. I have to listen to it all the time. I love it. I donated a nice rod and reel to the Tennessee River.
I heard about that over there on Mike's.
Man, that's tough, bro.
Brand new 12-foot slime cat. Salt is 150.
Wow.
And probably about 10 sinkers trying to catch it again. So.
Oh man. Welcome in, Frogster.
It is what it is.
Well, you could have donated that to me, I'm- I sure would have took it. At least you'd have got to visit it one more time.
All right, we got plenty of other rods. I'll replace it eventually.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I just went. The sinker line snapped and the whole rod. It just left my hand and bounced off the end of the pier out there at the dam and just.
Oh man!
Took a nose. I've lost so much weight. I guess I've lost grip. I'm gonna have to get out and play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I was doing was just going out. I hadn't casted in over a month. I was just wanting to go out there and, just get back in the swing of things. That's what made that. I mean, I just made that one cast and just.
Bloop.
Yeah, it gets expensive fishing like that.
No doubt, man.
Yeah,
That's what I say. It don't take long losing like that to get deep in your wallet, bro.
I got 3 more, so they will be tethered to my wrist from now on. That's going to be the last one.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Sound like a pro.
Because I've almost lost them 2 or 3 times because of that, and this is the first one that I actually did lose. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
But I've lost so much weight. I just lost a lot of strength, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm weak as a chicken too, man. That stuff take it out of you, brother.
It's all right. It ain't no big deal.
It'll come back though, man. Just take a little time.
Yeah, I casted for it, Chris. I probably casted for it for over an hour and a half, and I couldn't find it nowhere. So it's probably in Alabama by now.
Yeah.
Or well on its way to Alabama.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Mike T.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How you doing, bud?
What's up, Kenneth? Mike?
So how you doing, man? You had a good day. I done seen you jumping around everywhere today.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, hey, same here. I didn't lay down to probably about 7, 8 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, I had to start making appearances again. I've just finally got where I could breathe again.
Right. That mess had you good, didn't it, Big Mike?
It was an upper respiratory infection. I was just stopped up here, and it was just draining down into my chest, and I couldn't I couldn't do that 2 days ago without coughing again. And I'm probably at 95% now, so I just got to get caught up on my bills and get everything situated again, and I'll start going back live again. I ain't working over almost a month.
Wow.
I know that feeling.
Gotta go check on a job tomorrow.
I keep throwing the link out there for Real Beast to come up.
No, he was in with the other one.
Anybody else want to come up? You're more than welcome to join my panel.
I ought to get the instigator in here, but he's probably at work.
Yeah, he come up here the other night.
All that mess he be talking. He knows he's going to get embarrassed when he comes up here and fishes against me on my own waters.
Mike with Mike watching. You come on up here. We'll have 3 mics on the show.
Yeah, I actually got about a 5-hour nap in the night.
Oh, wow.
Woke up, caught the end of Mike's about the last hour, but instead of chatting, I was on the phone talking because I got woke up with a phone call.
I heard that. Yeah, I called about the last 15, 20 minutes of it. I just woke up when I jumped in.
Yeah, I got to get back on a sleep schedule. I've been sleeping till 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon every day.
Oh, wow.
Welcome to the world.
You need it when you got that mess, man. It makes you sleep.
I mean, I worked night shift for 17, 18 years, so I'm a nighttime person anyway. I hate anymore. People shouldn't have to get up before the sun comes up. The roosters ain't even crowing.
Right?
Welcome in, real beast.
What up, Pat?
Greg Letter says gonna be sad when I beat Big Mike.
Love y'all.
Man, come on.
Oh,
And then you
close the door real quick.
Excuse me.
Got my wife and my 2 dogs sleeping right now. I need that door closed.
You know what? I'm gonna try to make this fit so fair. I'm gonna take him to the spot, tell him exactly where to cast, and he still ain't gonna be able to catch a fish.
Oh, ooh, did you hear that, Aaron?
Because he's like, well, I know where all your spots are. Just because you know where they're at, don't mean you know how to fish them. I'm gonna have to teach you how to fish just so you even have a chance, so I don't embarrass you so bad.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Buddy.
Well, smack flying around here.
Don't start nothing that won't be nothing.
All right. Appreciate y'all letting me on here. I can't sleep anyway tonight. I just started back to my normal workout routine and I blew my arms out. There's no freaking way I can sleep tonight. Dude, I can't even feel my hands.
Here.
Oh, wow.
Sun came in here, all that glare coming off that light behind you.
There you go.
Dude, I don't even shine this junk anymore, dude. Like back when I was younger, when I was like 20 years old, I'd wax this junk, I'd shine it. Then I started I literally had a person pull me over on the road and tell me my head was shining into their window and was blinding them driving. So this is natural. I'm not doing anything anymore.
Wait a minute now. You've been that way since you were 20 years old?
Actually, I've been bald like this since I was 14.
Oh, wow.
My hair just fell out. I don't know what's up.
Wow.
My dad told me one day when I was 20, I was kind of having a down and out moment. I was like, man, I don't know, man. My hair fell out. He goes, oh, I knew when you were born you'd be bald. You look just like your grandpa. I'm like, thanks, Dad. But actually, I look better without the hair.
Every male figure in my life is bald, except for me. I guess I take after my mama's daddy, my papa. I got it. He's full of hair.
What's hair?
I don't know. Mine get thin up there now, but
Wait, you're telling me I'm not supposed to be like this? Friggin' Mike right there with that majestic hair. I always say majestic in his lives. That majestic hair.
Yeah, I won't rub the hair into your face there, Pat, because I'll just keep my hat on, my hair pulled back.
Pat knows I always give him a hard time about his head every time.
One good thing about being bald, I can wear hats anytime I want to.
Yep, that's right.
I've got hats. I just don't like wearing them.
Although
that's why I'm bald, because I wear a hat.
Without hair, I have to wear junior hats.
I'm bad about hitting my head on stuff. I mean, I don't need to knock any more sense out. You know what I mean?
Here's that.
All right, folks. Take care.
You lose sight of everything, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a heavy equipment operator, so I try not to wear hats if I can help it. Walking into track hoe buckets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I used to run them too. They make us wear hard hats, man. That's one reason I'm bald headed on top. Plus, I wear a regular hat too. Sometimes I go to bed at night and then I forget to bed, I take my hat off. I just used to wear them.
Oh, wow.
It is sometimes when you sit there running that track hoe and your boss wants to come up and talk to you, so your bucket's hanging up in the air, you just kind of turn it, you just turn everything off, jump down, you go running up, and you just go whack.
Wow.
One of the problems about being bald, hair fills up a gap. Okay, when I used to work on Fort Benning, because I live next to Fort Benning here in Columbus, Georgia. When I work, I go to put a hard hat on, and it just goes.
Oh my!
I appreciate y'all letting me be on here tonight.
No, thank you for coming up here.
Yeah, man.
Ain't no way I was going to sleep anyway.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't wake up till 4 o'clock this afternoon. So
Yeah, I just woke up at about 11:30. So
I was sitting right there on the couch, sitting there watching something on the tablet right here. And next thing I know, it was like 11, and my wife came in there. She's like, "You gonna go to bed?" I was like, "Well, I guess it's 11." Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Tinkerbell.
So Brad just posted on there that little funny comment, but no joke, dude. That last time I went out there and I dropped a shark bait off and that big manta ray come up, I didn't have gray hairs. Like that's one thing I had. Like I'm bald, but like all this was normal. After that, it scared me so bad, and I'm not. It's hard to scare me. But that joker come up and push my kayak, gray overnight, dude.
Right.
I've got gray all in this, dude. It's like I had a Superman complex all when I was younger. All of a sudden, that junk hit me. It's like, hey, I'm not indestructible. I'm out here in the middle of the ocean at night,
Right.
dark, and this thing is pushing me around.
Right.
Gray hairs, bro.
Right.
Hey, Dingo Stink. How you doing, man?
Welcome in, Dingo Stink.
Sorry. I mean, it can get loud. It's the best marine cadence I've ever heard in my life.
How y'all all doing tonight?
Hanging in there, brother. Doing pretty good. A whole lot better than I was. Still got a little infection, man. I'm getting there.
Old cats. Back in the flood of '94, for Georgia, we got hammered bad in '94. It washed out a 200-foot section of our road that we lived on, and there was 4 farm ponds that come through there, and it stayed flooded. I would sit out there on the side of that road and catching speckled cats. Probably, I think the biggest ones we caught was like 3 or 4 pounds.
Right.
And that's some good eating. They really are.
I ain't heard speckled cat in years, bro. That's funny.
Look here.
That's good eating though, man. They're fun to catch on Zebco 33s and stuff.
Oh, dude, that's good colors, man. I love the colors on them jokers.
Yeah, they're pretty.
Yeah.
We got a lake around here. I haven't been to it in years, but if you go out there, we would go out there with like little ultralights and hot dogs, and we would catch those jokers pretty much hand over fist. We would just have a. Actually, I got a little funny story for y'all. If y'all don't know me yet, you'll get to know me. But I have a ton of stories, man. Fishing has
Yes, we are.
Fishing because you get a ton of stories. So we caught a ton of those speckled cats, man. Blue specks, black specks, all kinds of stuff. We were going to eat them, but the next at 2 a.m. or no 1 a.m. we heard a sound, so we got up. We were camping on this lake. There was a raccoon. He was holding from the bottom of this dock by his back legs. He was dangling down. He was pushing our basket open, and he was taking them out, and he was eating them one-handed. He ate 5 of them sitting there. We couldn't scare him. We couldn't chase him off. He sat there looking at us like, yeah, what you going to do, bro? And he sat there eating our little cat. We pulled our basket up. We had 3 left. And so we were doing a stupid, and we were kids back then. I think I was like 18 or 19. We were trying to survive off the land. That daggone raccoon ate all of our speckled cats. We had 3 to live off of for the whole weekend.
Oh wow!
And like me and my 4 buddies, we were literally having to fight over who got which catfish. Daggone raccoon, trash panda, as Mike called them, stole like 8 of them, dude. And they were some of the biggest speckled cats I'd seen in years. Like we had one that went almost 5 pounds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Aaron.
I hate trash pandas.
She
They're
got a
pretty neat,
headache tonight, Tinkerbell. Now I caught about 10 that size Saturday. And I brought them home, and it took me 3 hours to clean them Sunday because down here, well, we had that bad rainstorm all night that night, and then the winds picked up, and it was 42 degrees regular temperature, and then with the wind chill, it was like 34. And it took me forever to clean them fish. I was coming in and going back out.
Where are you at?
Hog Leg?
Near Jessup?
I'm right outside Sylvester, Georgia.
Okay.
Oh,
Sylvester.
okay.
I know,
I'm
I
in
know where
Columbus,
you're at.
Georgia.
Yeah, that's a long. Yeah, Sylvester. Yeah, I know where Sylvester is. So you're
Yeah.
near the confluence for the Omaha, then.
Yeah, I'm within
Southern.
I'm within the reach of the Chattahoochee, the Flint River, and Omaha.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know where Sylvester is.
Yeah,
You
So
got
that's
some
why I
big
keep trying to
flat
tell Will Beans he don't realize the waters that he's fishing the water. You don't have to keep driving 5 hours to be fishing good waters.
I'm trying to figure them out this year. Get off my back, bro. Actually, if it wasn't for Big Mike, I wouldn't even know about these other places, man. Like, it's weird in this area.
Lake Sinclair, Lake Oconee, that's two big reservoirs that just
Right.
was a 2 hour drive, hour and a half, 2 hour drive for you. Then you got Omaha and the lower Flint and all that. Man, you've got some really good fishing waters down there, buddy.
Well, see, here's the problem though. Like, I don't mean to like take the space or whatever, but like Big Mike, I don't know if like you realize this or not, but like in my area down here in Columbus, Georgia, Fort Benning,
right.
catfishing is a dirty word. Even now, it's so stupid. Like catfish is a dirty word. Like if catfish,
Yeah, that's where you're at. You get down there, you get down in the Sylvester area, Jessup, and all that. They don't care about a bass.
No,
They want catfish. They want them big, huge 100-pound flatheads.
I'm not in that area.
that's
In
right.
this area, if it's not a bass, it doesn't matter. And like my whole life, I've heard, I've caught massive bass. Like, like I don't hide that from anybody. I've caught some 12, almost 13-pound bass, multiples. Like we're blessed with bass. Like
Right. We're known. Georgia's known for the bass.
Oh yeah, dude. We catch even now. Like this year, they caught a huge what do you call it? Yeah, right. A shoal bass. So I think it's I don't know if it's the state record or the world record. So like nobody cares about catfish. Like I'm the only one in my entire area, and like this is no joke. I'm the only one in my entire area that catfishes. So like all I've heard my entire life is that why are you not bass fishing? Which I did. I catch big bass. I love big bass, but a big bass does not. So I'll tell you this: like I caught my first big bass ever was 12 and a half pounds, and he probably took 5 feet of line off the reel, 5 feet. I'm talking like I'm sitting here thinking like this is a monster bass. He's taking so much line. The first time I ever hooked into a 20-pound class catfish, a blue cat. He took 25 yards of line off my reel because I was using like a medium action bass rod, 12-pound mono. Let me get that correct. 12-pound mono. He hit a rooster tail. He hit a white rooster tail like the big ones, like the magnum size rooster tails.
Right.
Dude, I swear to God, I thought I had the world record bass. I was like, yes, I'm about to be able to. It was I actually believe it was a channel cat. I think it was like a 12-pound channel cat. It wasn't even like a big 20-pound fish. It was like a 12-pound channel cat, if I get the story correct. From that day forward, it changed me to catfishing, right? So in this area where I live at, nobody talks about catfish. It wasn't until I started getting into the catfish community, talking to you, Big Mike, especially you. dude, like you have been instrumental in helping me broaden my gaze on catfishing. So when you start talking about these other places, I'm like, dude, I don't know what that is. All I know is Chattahoochee bass fishing, you know?
Oh wow. Yeah,
Well, see,
Omaha River.
I mean, I know about Sinclair and Oconee because I grew up down there, Byron, Auburn, stuff like that.
Right.
So we had the Flint River, but you know, we had the small Flint River over there by Reynolds and stuff like that. So I mean, I've caught big fish out of there, but nothing like if you wanted big fish, you went to Sinclair, you went to Lake Oconee, you went to Black Shear, or you know, you went to the big reservoirs. Those are the three big reservoirs down there. You got Black Shear, Sinclair, and Oconee. That's where you went to. That's where you went did your catfishing. Other than that, there really ain't no other good catfishing, you know, except for the rivers like the Altamaha and the Altmog and the Lower Flint, stuff like that. But other than that, I mean, it's just that's where we fished at growing up. But it was always a 2-hour drive or an hour out and a half where I lived. So, and I mean, it's just like I told you that one really good night we had we caught almost 1,200 pounds of fish.
That's unbelievable, dude.
We just happened to be there that night at the right time, pre-spawn, and there was bait stacked up at the dam, and it's just we wore them out.
Now, if you'll allow me, I know we talk y'all talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but if you'll allow me to brag a little bit, I will say I do catch some massive ditch pickles. So I don't know if y'all can see this on here. But our area is known for massive, massive bass.
Yeah.
I know it's pretty dark right here. Let me see if you can see that.
You know that?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it right there. That's
bait.
a big fish.
So the way I do all of my fish, if you want to weigh fish or whatever, I always take them back up. I'm wearing my Chunky Cat sweater, by the way. I take my fish and I put them under my chin. Catfish, bass, brim, it doesn't matter. I put them under my chin. That's how if I don't have a scale, because right now my scale is stupid. Like I got a 50-pound scale. That joker, it's lucky if it hits 20 pounds. But anyway, I got to get a good scale. So I take my fish and I put them under my chin like this right here. So I have actually caught some bass that have been from my chin down to my knees almost. A lot of people say, that's BS. But like that picture right there, believe it or not, that's 11. It was 11 pounds and I think it was 7 ounces. I was catfishing, believe it or not, and I had a whole bluegill, double hand-sized bluegill, swallowed it in one bite.
Oh wow, wow! Now you talking about shoal bass? You talk about shoal bass? You know, I know you know who Luke Ryan is. He's from Leesburg, Georgia.
Yeah.
But he sings a song about the Flint River and. The best shoal bass is right there at the 32 bridge where them shoals are. You catch some big shoals right there, buddy.
I've only caught a few, but some of these guys, like mine are all small. Like, catfishing, shark fishing, and striper bass. That's like, I put all of my energy in there. I've told Mike a million times, but and I've caught some largemouth because in my family, all they count is largemouth bass. Like if you don't catch a bass, you're pretending to be a fisherman. So I'm second place in my family. My dad has a 14-pound, 5-ounce largemouth bass, and it was only 14 pounds because he got it. He waited after it was dried out after the end of the day. It should have been a 16-pound bass, but we won't even get into that. So I've caught some 12s. That was 11, like 3, 4. I can't remember what it was. But as far as shoal bass, I've caught some 3-pounders, which is a good shoal bass. That's a pretty good shoal bass. Yeah. But down here, the Flint River ties into the Chattahoochee River, and right there at the mouth at the Flint, Chattahoochee, all that stuff.
Right.
There's a guide we have down here. He's a pretty good dude. he catches some 5-6 pounders. You know, that one guy caught the 8-pounder this year, like a month ago or 3 weeks ago.
Right.
But you know, that's bass fishing. That's amazing. But nobody really caters to catfishing. I'm the only one in my entire area. The entire area.
Oh man.
that catfishing. And when I show them, like you follow, I did a live, 2 days ago? I caught that 28-pound blue cat. And these same guys are like, oh my God, where did you get a catfish that big? I'm like, okay, so the same place you catch your bass. So I
Right.
caught that fish.
You like to flathead fish, right?
That is my absolute favorite catfish. My absolute favorite fish. Period.
We need to hook up this and fish the Jessup tournament on Altamaha River.
I would absolutely love to. Like, absolutely no joke. The flathead catfish is my number one favorite fish. It's flatheads, sharks, which is like the tiger shark, then striped bass, then blue cats.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, the Altamaha River down there in Jessup, Georgia, they have a catfish tournament every year, and you can win $17,000 at that tournament.
That's a 75-pound flathead. So here's the only stipulation with that catfish. I caught him on a trot line.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Mississippi River, or actually the Pearl River, biggest flathead that I've caught was actually this past year in my kayak was 55 pounds, but from a trot line was this 75-pound flathead.
Right.
We caught him on a 9-inch channel cat.
Well, hey,
really don't count.
Exactly.
we've had
agrees with you, Mike. It doesn't count. It wasn't from a rod and reel. So you're right.
There has been several over 100-pound flatheads caught on the Altamaha and on limb lines now, on limb lines. And I have a picture of a buddy that caught one 101 pounds, 55 and a half inches long.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hooked one down on Altamaha. I was fishing with a shell cracker bigger than my hand.
Right.
And it straightened a 12-aught circle hook.
We need to get together and flathead fish, like for real, no joke.
Big fish in Altamaha, buddy. Big fish in Altamaha.
We need to hook up together and fish the Altamaha River and Jessup tournament.
Also, the nice thing about it is you like the shark fish. There's also bull sharks in the Altamaha.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You got me, bro.
Into the ocean right there.
Atlantic Ocean. That's where I fish for.
The bull sharks swim right up that river.
Yeah.
Dude, you got me.
Big alligators in there too.
Big
alligators.
I know we got a bunch of folks in here. I don't want to try to I don't want to take over everybody, but I used to work offshore. Like we would work out to sea. We would take dry cargo to the rigs, and then we would go up the river. I worked for Kirby Inland Marine, and one of the things that happened, which was crazy, we would go to New Orleans, and there was actually a guy there. This is a funny story. I have a million stories. Sorry, y'all. But he sees some fins swimming around the barges. You know, those barges you see coming up the river? So he was like patting the water. He's like, hey, buddy, come on over here, little dog. Come over here. They were bull sharks.
Right.
They were bull sharks. And
Right.
in the same area that we were catching blue catfish, like 40-pound blue catfish, we were catching like 4-foot bull sharks.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I caught my PB is in Darien, Georgia, where the Altamaha River lets out into the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
I go to the two-way fish camp right there, and I buy my bait shrimp, live shrimp, and I caught a 53-pound flathead on the shrimp size of my finger, my pinky.
I believe it.
Yep. And that's where you go down in there and fish in them saw blades. You know what saw blade grass is, don't you?
Oh yeah, we got a ton of it here.
Yeah. Well, you go down there and fish in there, and you got to catch it just right though. When the tide is high, when the tide's coming in, you'll catch the most flatheads when the tide's coming in.
If you fish with anything less than 20-pound test here around those that saw blades, we call it saw blades. It'll
Right.
break you off if you get a good fish.
Right. Right.
Mike, that's one thing that I want to do so bad is I know you love catfish. I want to get you on a toothy catfish so bad, dude. Like I can taste it.
I haven't caught a shark in a long time. The biggest one I ever caught was a 6-foot sandbar.
That's a good shark.
Caught it on my catfish gear down there off the pier down there at St. Simon's.
In a place you're not supposed to catch them.
It didn't say no shark fishing.
It does. Well, maybe back then, but now it does.
A long time ago.
If you catch a shark now, like just to as soon as you realize it's a shark, you're supposed to cut your line.
No.
Oh, I do the same thing. Don't get me wrong. Like to hell with the rules. I'm not leaving a hook in a fish's mouth if I can help it.
All you're gonna do is make it mad and somebody down. Yeah. Sorry. Not sorry.
Yeah. Oh.
Richard Jean's fishing for catfish for cut skipjack.
Oh. God, I used the last of my frozen skipjack on this last live where I caught that 28-pound blue.
I'm gonna try to go tomorrow and get some.
Yeah, Tim, I'm all right, buddy.
I'm gonna try to go today and get some.
I'm just listening, man. I love listening to stories and hear some more information.
Let's go say I try not to. I have a million stories, man. I try not to like take over. It's just
No, man, I love them. You keep them rolling. I love to hear people talk about their fishing adventures.
I mean, I grew up fishing a lot of water down there in Georgia. I mean, like I said, we'd fish Lake Sinclair, Lake Oconee. We fished the Altamaha a few times. I actually lost one of my most expensive, my first rod and reel down there on the Altamaha. Well, I went down there for a trip with a bunch of guys that I worked with at the Rock Quarry as our first weekend off. So we went on a camping trip. And this is back when I drank. So, of course, I was stopped and got a half a gallon of Grey Goose.
Yeah.
And,
that's always a good story.
yeah, well, yeah. And I was probably about a quarter of the way through that bottle. And I just stood up and I told this kid, I said, you better keep an eye on your rod, buddy. That fish will get snapped. Fish will snatch that rod in there. And all of a sudden that rod went bing, 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 pew, right out through the water. I had got that rod. It was one of the, it's like a $350, $400 spinning rods for.
God.
So, but I got it. I mean, my brother was mad at me because I lost it. But, and I mean, I just told that kid, don't take your eye off your rod. No sooner than I took my eye off my rod, buddy. I ended up passing out right there on the beach, right on the sandbar. My dad's like, people's like, we're going to get him in the tent. My dad's like, you carried him?
Oh, wow.
No, he's just going to. What about the alligator? What about I've had some fun trips, but I'm telling you, like if you like big carp, dude, Lake Oconee, oh man, dude. Like we used to go on special that's what we would go fish. We'd go fish Oconee for carp. Me, my cousins, and all them, and it wasn't nothing to catch 40, 50-pound carp out that lake.
Right.
50-pound carp. Big carp.
I see that comment. So a lot that big. I'm sorry, Mike. That big flathead that you saw in that picture I showed was in the Pearl River in Mississippi. It's an offshoot of the Mississippi River. There were many days.
Real talk about it.
many days when we were bass fishing, trying to catch striped bass. As a matter of fact, we would catch 4 and 5, sometimes 6-pound largemouth, and the flatheads would come up. They would come up in 18 foot of water to the surface, and they would smash a 6-pound largemouth like it was a top water plug. I remember I was using a surf rod. God, I can't even remember the brand, but I was reeling in a largemouth bass, and boom! I mean, I'm talking about like a nuclear explosion in the water, and it would be a 30 to 40 pound flathead would have the bass in its mouth, T-bone it like that. It wouldn't even be hooked. It wouldn't even be hooked. Okay, we would pull it up to our feet, and the flathead would I don't know if he let go or if the bass came out of his mouth, but so like here's the bass floating in front of us. The flathead would be circling all around. We'd pick the bass up, and the flathead would be looking for it. Would absolutely be looking for that bass. That's what I realized. This is the first time in my life that I realized
These pickles make good bait.
you cannot use too big of a bait. Like
right.
Seriously, like Mike said, you cannot use too big of a bait. I'm talking a 6-pound largemouth bass. We're talking like a 21-inch fish. 6 pounds is a big fish. You're talking 21 inches.
It's got huge mouths. I mean, they start eating big baits when they're little.
Oh yeah, that 75-pound flathead catfish had a mouth that was like this big. I'm trying to get in the camera. I literally for fun, I put, what was it, like 5 or 8? I think it was 8. This is back when I was drinking heavy. I mean, I have a little drink tonight, but we had 8 Budweiser cans, and it would go inside of his mouth without touching. You could put your leg in its mouth. A 6-pound bass is just a chicken nugget to a 70-pound or 70-pound plus flathead. And even a big blue cat will force a bait into its mouth. We would use whole carp. We would use 4-pound carp. And a blue cat, we were trying to catch flatheads. The blue cat would have the carp shoved down its throat. You can't big enough bait.
Welcome in, Solo Texan, and welcome in, Jody.
Hello,
Hey,
people.
Jody. Yeah, I throw big baits, Jody. I'm one of those people, like, it doesn't matter what time of the year, I throw big baits. Shoot, yeah, Brad. We'll go fishing anytime, dude. I use the same methods that I use for cat fishing, for shark fishing. The biggest piece of bait that I can put on a hook. Force them to eat it.
He hasn't started fishing with me when he comes up to Tennessee, and he's throwing a 2-pound skipjack for bait.
Right.
Not yet, but we will. One good thing about Big Mike right here.
Too.
Yeah, one good thing about Big Mike right here is that we're almost kind of like, in a way, kindred spirits. We have different methods to the same outcome. Like my rig is different from his rig, but it does the same thing. We fish the same baits.
Right.
We're almost like each other's spirit animal. I had the joy of fishing with Mike several times. And on one of those occasions, Mike was hooked into probably one of the biggest catfish I've ever seen in my entire life. It had his 12-foot slime cat rod bowed down. Believe it or not, it was bowed down to the reel seat, which is it's hard to do on a slime cat. The customer service is, we expect more from the customer service, but the rod is a good rod, and it was bent past. So the reel seat started here. It was bent past the reel seat. He was using a whole skipjack. I convinced him to use a whole skipjack, and he was hooked into the biggest catfish I've ever seen in my entire life, and it broke off, and he fell. And I I should have caught him, but the only thing I could think of was like, oh my God, his expensive equipment. I caught his rod in real life. I caught his rod.
Oh my goodness.
Last time I fell and I hit the concrete, just looked up at him and went, ow.
That's the only thing he said. He
See you
looked at
later,
me
Mike.
and he just said, ow.
Take care, Mike. We'll catch you later, brother. Get you some rest.
But Mike understands what it is to fish for a big fish like I do. Like mine is shark fishing. I'm just getting into the fishing for magnum catfish. Mike is there. Mike has been there for a while. He's been catching magnum catfish from the bank for a while. So it's kind of like my shark fishing techniques are what Mike has been using for catfish for years. And so we're like bouncing ideas off of each other. So it's kind of like, it's kindred spirits, but at a different level. It's one of the good things, and what I like about everybody here is that I'm getting new ideas and new ways of fishing constantly. I felt like maybe I have learned everything I needed to learn, and then within the last 6 months, I realized that like that's a stupid attitude to have. I've learned probably 100 new things since then.
Hey, Jody.
Thank you, Mike.
So, Pat, you were talking about those 5-pound bass and flathead circling them. Here's the differences. I'm going to try to use them whole.
What's that? Is that a 16-aught or a 20-aught J hook?
16.
I can't use those in Florida anymore, but before they changed the laws, we would use 40-pound Jack Crevalle. We would use those J hooks, and believe it or not, a lot of people think you gut hook a lot of sharks, but that hook, that 16-aught hook right there, I would say 98% of the time we had sharks in the corner of the mouth, and it wasn't even a circle hook. They would hook themselves on the initial run.
Right.
Francis Fishing.
You use those for marlin fishing, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, that's what I'm fixing to do this year. I'm upgrading to 16-aughts when I start throwing in big hole baits come spring.
Welcome in, Francis.
I'm actually going to use a 16-aught circle hook.
Yeah. That J hook right there, I've caught more big sharks off of that bad boy right there than anything else. And I've completely swapped. In Florida, you have to go to circle hooks anyway, but I lost a lot of fish. I don't know what it is about the circle hook. Like I catch a good bit and I lose a good bit, but that J hook, every time that I would catch a shark, it was in the corner of the mouth, that hook he's got right there.
Right.
And we would use, I'm talking, we would use baits that were like, I can't even show you in the camera, but like, 20 pounds plus.
What do you know that?
That's a big hook, Brad. 28-aught.
I've got some 27-aughts. Shark fishing, I said that in the last live. This live, shark fishing is catfishing all over again. You're putting a big bait on the bottom and you're waiting for a bite.
I'll be right
Sharks
back.
are just catfish with teeth.
Yeah, that's true. I never caught a shark, but that's on my bucket list.
They're fun to catch.
They're absolutely crazy, dude. The amount of pressure that they put on your equipment is amazing.
I've done a little saltwater fishing, but I just never hooked up on one. But I never really targeted them no way either.
I mean, back then I was running the 7'6" Tiger rod with the Abu Garcia 7000 spooled with 100-pound braid. That's what I was running back then.
So here's
a long time ago.
Oh yeah, here's a fun thing for you. If you shark fish, for a fact. So like one of my favorite things, tiger sharks feel and fight just like a flathead catfish. Same bite and everything. It's amazing how close they are together.
Wow.
Bites. And then they take off.
They'll mouth it, they'll bite it, and then it's a slow pull down. And then when you set up on them, it's a down low fight, real low. They're just hanging the bottom. They're not rolling. And then when you finally get them up, you don't realize how big of a fish you have until you pull them up. Flatheads, a lot of times, I don't know about everybody else, but in my river, flatheads, you don't really realize how big they are until you get them up.
Mm-hmm. That's a big hook.
Yeah, Jody was just asking what I had in my hand. She wanted me to show her. That is a 16-knot shark J hook.
Do you 712? Do you fish for sharks any, or I would think you would with a hook like that.
I'm actually too far inland. I got this for flatheads.
Good God! Here, okay, so like flatheads though, they have a mouth big enough that they can handle a hook like that. A lot of people don't think they can, but when you catch a 75, 80-pound flathead, there's not much they can't fit in their mouth.
Right.
No,
Their mouth bigger than a bucket.
They're literally bigger than a bucket.
Yeah. A 75-pound flag can swallow a 5-gallon bucket, no problem.
That's right. They're bigger than a bucket. You're right.
If you'll, so here's one thing, another story. I'm going to try not to tell too many stories, but it's one of the things that I haven't told in a long time. So the reason I found out that I was using too small of a bait, I was working offshore, and a buddy of mine sent me a picture. He said he put out a trot line. You know, back then, that's all we did was trot line. And he put crawfish on the lines. He caught a 4-pound blue cat. Everybody that catfishes knows how big a 4-pound blue cat is. He left it on the line because he said the next day I'll have more catfish. So I'll take them all off at the same time. The next day, there was still only one catfish on the line. There was a 30-pound flathead had swallowed that 4-pound blue cat and got hooked. It had the entire 4-pound blue cat down its throat. All you could see was just the back fin.
Right.
I realized from that moment that when I catfish, because I was used to, back home, especially where I'm at now is back home, we would use shrimp, little baby shad. I was not using big enough bait. This guy had a 30-pound flathead with a 4-pound blue cat in its mouth, and he showed me the picture. I don't think I have the picture anymore, so I can't show it. I can't prove that, but it got me thinking. So that 75-pound flathead that I showed in the picture, the very next weekend I got offshore and I said, I want to catch a flathead. And you caught it on a 4-pound blue cat. We're going to go catch catfish. I caught a 9-inch channel catfish and I put it on the hook and dropped it down. The next day we come out there, we had a 75-pound flathead. He had ate that 9-inch channel cat like it was a Cheeto or like a French fry. I'm talking like the size of his mouth compared to the bait was astronomical.
Right.
Hey, Carl, Phil. How you doing, buddy? Welcome in.
Yeah, when I first bought this, my initial plan was to get about a 1 to 2 pound carp to put on it.
Right. And we caught a bunch of. So it's weird because, like, in the Pearl River, this is, Mississippi, the Pearl River. Good Lord, look at that flathead. We used a lot of carp, but it's weird because, like, the carp that we used, we only caught blue cats. When we used other catfish, and this is something a lot of people don't understand, is that flatheads are the lion or the jaguar of the catfish community. Like, they eat other catfish. That is one of their main foods. And so when we used carp, we would catch blue cats. When we used other catfish, we would catch
Morning.
flatheads. And that 75-pound flathead was on a channel catfish. And I think we had 500 pounds of catfish that day. He was the biggest. He was 75 pounds. But we had plenty of like 30s and 20s. And almost every single one of them, of the flatheads, we caught blues, but the flatheads were all on other catfish.
Yeah.
Yep. So, and that was the thing I learned this year, or well, this last season is the way Iowa's rules, because that's where I'm at in Iowa. The way their regulations are stated, there's a lot of contradictions in them. So you really have to read the fine print. But ultimately, the way they state, I can use anything for bait that, as long as it's caught by legal means, i.e., hook and line.
Right.
If I throw my throw net, I'm limited to what I can use.
Right. What state do you live in, 712?
Iowa.
Iowa?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's I don't know. In Georgia, you could use just about anything, but it had so like bass or crappie, any game fish has to be whole. You got to use them whole. You can't cut them up.
That's the way it is here in Virginia.
I think here you don't have to use them whole, but I think you have to be able to prove size for the creel limits.
Right.
No, you can't use game fish in the state of Georgia.
What's that?
You can't use game fish in the state of Georgia.
You can't or you can?
You cannot use game fish in the state of Georgia.
Okay, so I'm Mike knows. Y'all have to bear with me. Mike knows that I'm in between Georgia and
Tennessee,
Alabama. So like our
Tennessee,
river,
you can. Tennessee, you can use anything as long as it's caught by legal means.
right.
Don't matter what it is. But if it's game fish, you're not supposed to cut it. So if it's a largemouth, you got to fish with it whole. If it's crappie, you got to fish with it whole, stuff like that. But Georgia, you can't fish with largemouth bass, or you can't fish with what's considered a game fish in the state of Georgia.
And where I'm at on the Chattahoochee River, because it's owned by Georgia, but it's on Alabama side, it goes back and forth. It's really weird. So like you could get in trouble quick because they go through the gray area. You know what I'm saying? Like they use that gray area to do whatever the heck they want to. But in Alabama, you can use any game fish you want to.
Right.
And our river is, it's on the Alabama side. So here's the funny thing, though. The Alabama side is owned by the Georgia side. So the Georgia rules apply to the Alabama side. So a lot of people don't think that it matters, but it really freaking matters because, like, on the Alabama side, it's owned by the Georgia side. You go out there with no so in Georgia, like on my river, the Chattahoochee River in Columbus, Georgia, if you're going to be anywhere near the water without a rail, you have to have a PDF. You got to have a vest of some kind. And
if I'm mistaken, they just made that law a few years ago, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 3 years ago. If you go to the Alabama side, you think, oh, I don't have to listen to it. Wrong. The Georgia game wardens and police officers govern the Alabama side for 11 miles. It's 11 miles exactly because it goes through Fort Benning.
Yep.
You will get in massive trouble.
All right, so where I'm at, it's similar to that because I'm like middle of the state, right on the Missouri River. So in our state, we're allowed 2 rods with the exception of we got the option to buy a 3rd rod license on any water. Now, if I go to the Nebraska side of the Missouri, I can use up to 15 lines. But if I go 2.5 hours north to South Dakota, still fishing the Missouri River at the Gavins Point Dam, I have to go by their laws, which is back down to 2 rods, even though I'm still technically in the state of Nebraska.
It's the same way here. Same exact thing.
Man, that'd be so confused. I wouldn't know what to do that, Mike.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm buying a Iowa license. I'm fishing the Nebraska side. My license will work both sides as long as I'm on the river itself.
Yeah.
I like Tennessee River. I can just fish with as many rods as I want. No questions asked.
The Tennessee River is amazing.
Georgia
Not only in
too.
the fishery, but in their laws, they handle it the way they should.
I mean, this last season we had 200 pounders come out of my area, but they were both on the Nebraska side. I mean, Mike and Pat, they fish the Tennessee. They know about the current. They've got similar current that I do.
Yeah, Mississippi. Well, yeah, Missouri River. I mean, ours like right now they're running 63,000 cubic feet per second at the dam. So, which I mean that's not as fast. I have seen it as high as 128,000.
Right. See, they're running ours slow. I think ours right now is right around 19,000, but our water is so low that it's not funny.
That's why they're running so much right now because they've got to make room for all the snow and melt and stuff like that up north of here. So they keep Nickajack down and they keep Chickamauga down all during the winter. So no matter like right now, I mean, all year they had been running 20, 30,000 all year, but now all of a sudden it's the new year and it's winter time. So now they got to keep the water levels low. So, but maybe
we haven't had a problem with low water before. It's been low all year.
If the rain ends up coming in like it did last year and year before last, come February, the pier at the dam will be underwater.
Right.
So, and if it does that, you either fish the lake or you fish somewhere else.
Or if you're Mike, you fish anyway, knee deep in water at 95, 100,000. You catch fish.
They shut the dam down once it gets that high. Like right now, they've got the boat ramp closed. They won't let anybody put any boats in right there at the dam. But I mean, even I won't fish at the dam anywhere near that pier when it gets over 90K. It's too dangerous.
No,
which
Georgia.
Last year, we were fishing it when the water was actually splashing up on the front of the pier. Like the water was hitting the pier so hard the pier was shaking. And and then 2 days later they shut it down.
Nope.
Now let me make a correction of that, just so that doesn't understand. In Georgia, you are not limited to the amount of poles you can have in the water.
No, you can fish with as many rods as you want in Georgia. There's no, but that just varies from water to water. If it's a state-run lake, you're only allowed to run 3.
See, so one of the things that I had with Mike said the same thing that you said. One of the things I read that I'm allowed only 2 rods. It depends on what waters I fish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like Lake St. Clair, you can fish with as many as you want. Lake Oconee, but you go like to the, like where the hunting land is, like the PFAs and stuff, public fishing areas and stuff like that. You're only allowed to fish 2 or 3 rods. But as far as like, there is no rod limit on public lakes. You know what I mean?
Right. In Georgia, there is no. As long as you fish catfish in Georgia, you are not limited to the amount of rods you can use.
I mean, I would go to Lake Sinclair and I would fish the discharge at the coal-fired plant before they shut it down. And I would fish 14 rods.
Right.
14 rods.
That's the most I've ever fished with at one time was 14 rods.
I don't even own 14 rods.
Man, that's a bait and tackle store.
Dude, that's what I'm saying about going,
I mean, I would go.
about going to Nebraska because I can use up to 15 rods over there, and I have like 14 myself.
Yeah, I mean, I do it. Like here, eventually, I will be fishing with 10 to 15 rods here. Eventually, I won't fish the river. I won't fish the river with that many rods, but I will fish the lake with that many rods.
Don't fish whatever you want to. Me and Takedown will just come buy some rods.
I
Yeah.
tell you.
Heck
Yeah, I give him $20. Here, I'm gonna watch these 2 rods for you. Go for it.
I'm trying to get it. I'm gonna try to get it to where I'm fishing with 512s and 510s. That's what I want.
I see. What's that?
Want to stand?
That 20 stand. The
Suspect.
paracord leader. We actually used paracord leaders in Mississippi. Believe it or not, they did pretty good for a while. The lower, the lower you go, the closer you get to the ocean. Bull sharks started showing up. That paracord didn't do crap. We have to start using steel leaders.
Hey, real beast. This is what Sasquatch Stan and his wife do. They noodle for turtles.
Oh wow!
They are crazy.
Yeah.
Right now, they are 120% more man than I am because I'm not putting my hand anywhere near that crap.
No, heck no, man. Shoot, look, he'll take your fingers off.
He'll bite your hand in 2.
If y'all,
This thing's got steel license for jaws, man.
I was born with 10 fingers. I'm gonna die with 10 fingers.
I will give you the crown right now for man. And I know you got a wife, but man, either one of y'all, man of the year, because when I was a kid. So if you'll allow me, I got another story for you. I got a million stories. So my grandma, she's got a lake here in Ellerslie, and one of the things she's known for, her lake, other than massive bass, because that's where a lot of my big double-digit bass came from. It was fed by 5 springs, and even to this day, it's fed by 5 springs. You can't stop them. Like they've had companies tried, you can't.
Right.
They have the biggest alligator snapping turtles I've ever seen in my life. The biggest one we ever had weighed was 265 pounds. And the reason why I know that, here's the reason why I know that. We were bass fishing, and we seen a duck, a full-grown duck, freaking out on the surface, and it was like circling. It was flying in circles, but his foot was in the water. It wouldn't go anywhere. Within 30 minutes, that duck was dead, but it was still moving. When we pulled it out of the water, it had a 265-pound alligator snapping turtle eating it. That's not the only one. We have caught multiple. I'm talking within like the 20 to 30 pound, 30 range.
Right.
Being kids, we were just like, oh my God, this is a massive turtle. It's got a shell the size of a tire. The next door neighbor, they ate turtles. So we gave it to them. They ate it. It was eating a full-grown duck, a mallard duck.
Right.
And there's a lot of them like that down here. That's why I don't wade in the water down here. I eat them to eat a whole duck.
I used to go fish the Old Muggy River just outside of the Geico plant, just outside of Macon and stuff over there. And it was nothing to catch soft shell turtles with their head bigger than your fist.
That's right. We catch them down there in Flint.
Shells,
Soft
over
shell's
100
got a
pounds
neck
off.
this long.
That one right there. Well, he was caught on the Flint River by me.
Yeah, see, that's insane.
That's a monster, dude. He'll bite your hand off.
I've seen a few that big, but I've never caught an alligator snapping turtle that big. The biggest one I probably caught was 30 or 40 pounds.
Hey, that soft shell turtle you caught just by chance, Mike. Did you ever flip it on his back?
Well, I caught like 7 or 8 of them one day, and I just got up and left. I was like, ain't no turtles here. You know what I mean?
Have you seen how long their necks are?
Yeah.
They're like,
Hey,
I would hold the head up.
far away from the shell.
I would grab my leader line and I would wrap my hand around it and I would pick it up and I would just reach down as close to the hook as I could and go and just cut it and just let them go. I wasn't getting my hand nowhere near that turtle.
that turtle right there, I took the hook out of its mouth.
What?
Yeah. I caught it on a doggone, when it was flathead fishing, I caught it on the doggone brim.
Yeah, I just got my first snapping turtle this last season out of a farm pond. I didn't even know they were in there.
I haven't seen any come out the Tennessee River. I know they're here because I've actually caught a few, doing construction work. They'd be walking across our job sites.
I caught a bunch of snapping turtles when I was young. I used to sit there in lines for 'em. And I caught one time that bit a hilling hoe, a hilling hoe handle like you work the garden with and stuff, or tobacco. It
Yeah.
bit the hilling hoe handle almost all in two. I could take the end of it, wiggle it, and break it off. That's how close it come to biting all the way in two.
A snapping turtle would take their hands off. Like, it's just, no.
I've heard what they do to fish whenever they bite onto a fish. We lost several stringers in my grandmother's lake. There's no way in heck I would get my hand anywhere near them. Even
They got mouths like steel vice, man.
As long as you from the well, they can't bite you, but you get your hand anywhere near their mouth, your hand is screwed.
Yeah.
It's like Real Beast was saying, though, their neck will stretch there, they'll lunge out their shell, they'll stretch the head of their shell after something another 8 to 10 inches past the shell. So you gotta be how close you get to them.
Shells, like the bigger they are, the farther like those ones I was catching, they could stretch their necks out 2 feet.
Yeah.
Like 2 feet. So you're holding that line up. I mean, you're not wanting to put your hand anywhere near it. So you just stretch. I would just, because people would eat them. So a lot of times I would just cut their throat and let them bleed out, and I would take them to people that eat them, or I would just cut it above the hook and let them go.
I sold mine to an old man who used to live near me that he eat them. He put them over in a 55-gallon barrel and feed them corn and clean them out, and then he'd cook them. So I took me in money when I was a kid, man. I sell them to him.
I would pull them in the bed of my truck, and I would ride them around until I'd go to work the next. And I'd tell the guy that where I worked at the rock for, I'm like, there's 2 or 3 of them in the bed of the truck. I said, they're yours if you can get them.
Our neighbor.
Everybody thinks a turtle is slow, but when that joker go to lunge at something to catch it to eat it, he ain't slow.
They're a lot faster than what you think they are.
That joker will stretch that necker down a heartbeat and grab you.
They can also run fast too, especially them soft shells, man. They're real fast when they run down the bank and back into the river.
Yeah.
I got a little fun fact for you. So 5 years ago, there was a guy down here on the river. He caught a 75-pound alligator.
All right, Tim, I will.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'll just tell Tim Molina he want me to send him that pic.
But they took that 75-pound alligator snapping turtle to the science museum that's right up the road from here. You want to know how old that turtle was? It's 75 pounds.
About 200.
It was 102 years old.
Yeah, they live a long time, man.
But that's not even a big one, though. If you think about it, we've caught them 200 pounds.
Now, there are some of them that's over 200 years old. They said some of them have been alive since before the Civil War.
Yeah, they talk about them sea turtles. One time I watched a documentary on them. They come up on shore and bury the eggs and stuff. They talk about some way they could tell how old it was. Some of them things 300 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Or better.
I don't know about all of them.
I didn't know they really lived to be that old, but that's
they
crazy.
They got a bone in their ear that they look at, a lot of them, that shows how many, because it grows over time. It shows the rings like in a tree.
Yeah.
And that's what the guy was telling me, because we heard the way we found out this guy had a snapping turtle, we kept hearing a I was like, what the hell am I hearing? This guy was feeding it bluegill in the back of his truck. It was 75 pounds. And we come over there, and he was like, oh, check this out. He threw it one in. He took it to the museum, and we found that guy like a week later. They said it was 102 years old, man. 102.
I heard that, man.
Hey, Clayton. That story's all over the world, buddy.
They say that in my river.
Yeah. They say that up here around Raven Springs.
Yeah, they say it about the Lake of the Ozarks too.
Yeah, they told me there's a Kerr Dam when they put the dam in. Then a car not long after a car run off a dam, went over and they sent divers down. And there's a story, same story about that too.
They
They
said
swallow a man whole.
there were divers went down in Radiant Springs and said they seen a flathead catfish down there the size of a doggone Volkswagen Beetle.
Exactly, Tim.
I'll spread a little bit of a tall tale here, but in my area right here, because we've got the river and the dam, they blew it up to make room for this inner city white rudder water rafting thing they have here in Columbus, Georgia. Which is
Right.
it's like the only one in the world. They had divers go down, and this is within the last 10 years. They had 5 of them quit. 5 of them because they said they'd seen catfish, and this is with spots that I fished were as big as a man. And you want to like pass that off as like tall tales or whatever. But I know 2 older gentlemen. They're like in their 80 years old range, 70, 80s. They tie a rope to a tree, put a whole chicken on a line and throw it out, and they catch massive catfish from the river. You can say what you want to, you can believe what you want to. I'm just saying what they said, that they've had several that would break off the hook or the line, and they were using basically like paracord. It wasn't paracord, but it's basically paracord. So you can say what you want to with it. I've seen some pretty big catfish. I don't know about that, but every river has that kind of legend to it.
Yeah.
Well, that right there, well, I don't know what I've done with it now, but that big 101-pound catfish that I had that picture of. There you go. I mean, everything's bigger than what it. Could you imagine diving in the water and seeing that 101-pound flathead?
I don't want to think about it.
No, I wouldn't want. I'd want to be getting that heck out of there.
I caught that 55-pound flathead this year out of my kayak, and seeing it come up to my kayak, I like to jump out of my kayak.
Yeah, that's let's see. That 53-pound that I caught he was huge. I ain't got a picture of it on here. I'd show it to you. But yeah, he was huge.
I got a question for y'all. So like in my river, flatheads are like the absolute top of the food chain. They were brought in like 50 years ago. They're an invasive species. Like, we're not allowed to throw them back. I mean, I throw them back. Like, don't get me wrong.
Right.
I don't want to kill nothing that I'm not going to eat, but you're not supposed to. So here's my question. In my river, channel catfish go between 5 to 7 pounds, but I've caught a 24-pound channel cat. What's the biggest channel cat y'all personally caught?
28.
23.
18.
23 is mine.
Biggest I've ever caught was 28 pounds, and I caught it off a pond down on Robbins Air Force Base.
I ain't close to none of that. I'm probably about 10, 12 pounds.
That's
Like
still a monster, though.
23
See, but
pounds.
here,
13 when I caught it.
23
yeah, here
pounds.
our channels here average for what you catch anywhere from 5 to 10 pounds. I mean, that's average.
Yeah, ours are 8 pounds and less in Tennessee.
5 pounds here.
Yeah.
I caught mine. I was in a John boat on a whole bluegill fishing for, actually, believe it or not, I was fishing for gar. Back then, I didn't think I thought we had massive gar, but I threw a whole bluegill out and caught a channel catfish on it. It was 24 pounds.
Yeah, this last year was one of the weirdest years. My biggest channel was like 6 pounds. Like I usually get 4 to 5, 10 plus a year.
Sorry, I keep going between sneezing and not sneezing. So I take it y'all get bigger flatheads than anything, or blue cats. Probably blue cats be getting bigger than anything, but
Flatheads are considered invasive in Omaha too.
in Tennessee,
No, in the Omaha River,
oh,
because they're eating all the stuff down there, all the red breast and the shell crackers.
That's
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to look up to see what our state records are.
they're killing off our channel cats. They're killing the bluegill and stuff like that, but they're literally devouring every channel cat they come across here.
No, they're about the only thing that's considered. And I actually found out that the spotted bass below Chickamauga Dam all the way down to Moccasin Bend's considered invasive.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a big
Well, I
one.
could actually use it as a bait and I could cut it because it's considered. They want you to take all of them out, all the spots. You know, spotted bass, coosa bass, whatever you want to call them. But they're considered below Chickamauga Dam all the way to Moccasin Bend.
Can y'all see that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 53-pound flathead and a 36-pound flathead.
That's a nice set of bookends there, buddy.
Yep.
Flatheads in that river, man.
What river is this in?
Omaha.
Omaha?
The Altamaha, buddy. The Altamaha River.
That's my favorite My favorite catfish is flathead. They just look absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to target them this year.
My
Got
big
3 spots and I'll target them at.
Yeah, my biggest. Well, I told you, Mike. I haven't told anybody else, but my biggest flathead before I caught that one out of my kayak. You know, the one out of my kayak was like supposedly 55 pounds or better. But before that was the Tennessee River fishing off the bank. I was using a whole bluegill. I didn't even know I had a fish. We went to reel up the line like before the end of the night, and I was like, man, this feels weird. He didn't fight until he was straight up and down from the pier. It was 40 pounds on a whole bluegill. Didn't fight until he was in the net. Now, the one I caught in my kayak, he fought like a freaking demon. From the time I hooked him to the time I got him in the kayak, he fought like a monster.
Right.
But that was on a skipjack head.
Yeah, the biggest I've caught out of the Tennessee River is 40. The biggest I've ever caught is 58. So 39.9 pounds is the biggest I've caught out of Tennessee. That's the biggest I've caught. I hung into that one in the first door 2 years ago, almost pulled me over the handrail. His head was 3 foot wide.
Man, that's a toad there, buddy.
My life.
That was 3 pounds, and we caught both of those on live shrimp down there in Darien, Georgia, off the Altamaha.
Shrimp?
And I think that flathead was the new record. The biggest fish. There was 9 of us on that handrail that'll attest to seeing that fish. Like his head was 3 foot wide. Massive. Biggest flathead I ever seen in my life.
Those doors up there at the Chickamauga Dam, I know for a fact there are monster fish there, because the first video I ever seen on how to fish there, I didn't know. When I lived in Dalton, Georgia, I found Joe from Chat Cats. He had a video where he was fishing those doors with a shad floating them in. So I looked it up. I went there. And I was using a jigging spoon. Y'all have probably seen them. They're just a piece of steel with a bunch of dimples in it with a treble hook. And my first drop, I hooked into something I couldn't stop with 30-pound mono. I just was just sitting back like, oh, Jesus Christ, what the crap? It happened 4 times.
That's how I learned how to fish the doors, by watching Joe. And I went down there with the locals. I sat and watched the locals. You know, I watched Joe's videos first, using those little shad, but then I'd go down there with the guys that'd been fishing there for years. And I just sat and watched them for 3 months before I ever even went down there. And then they were, you know, they would talk about Joe fishing with his little shad. You know, I was like, well, you know what? I've got this 10-foot rod with 50-pound mono. How about we take half a 2.5-pound skipjack and cut it in half and put a hook in it and throw it out there and see what we could catch instead of these little shad. So, I mean, it's nothing to catch 50 to 80-pound blue cats out of those doors. But, I mean, I'm using baits, you know, that are 15 inches long. It's half a skipjack.
That's a good blue.
So.
No, that's a channel.
That's
I thought that was a blue too. That's a channel, 23-pound channel.
Big channel cat.
That's a big channel cat, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 23 pounds off the Flint River.
Woo.
Caught that 28-pounder down there on the base, at the base pond. It was over there by the golf course on the other side of the NCO club. Well, come to find out, the lake, you couldn't keep, which, I mean, you didn't keep the fish out of there anyway, but it ended up being polluted. So they ended up having to kill all the fish out of there. And there were channel cats in there over 30 pounds. Like, I mean, they had head that for a channel cat, you know what I mean? So that's a big channel cat.
Wow.
The biggest one I ever landed was 28 pounds.
I bet that was a fighting joker too.
And yeah.
Man, can you imagine if a channel cat got like 60, 80, 100 pounds?
Oh,
Man,
wow,
that'd be
man.
worth fighting, man. I'm gonna tell you
Oh, heck yeah.
Channel cats are unbelievable.
Are the hardest fighting catfish out there.
this. Yeah, it
One
is.
of the hardest
Yeah,
fighting
it is.
fish.
That one right there, man, I didn't think I was ever going to get it in. And the way, when I actually thought it was actually a blue as I was reeling it in. And I said, told my buddy, I said, man, this is the hardest fighting blue I've ever seen. And top it off, he was coming out of a white rapid, you know, bend in the curve in the bend. And and that joker hit it. I threw a piece of liver out there, and he hit it just as soon as, just like bam, just as soon as the liver hit the water, he hit it.
You threw it in his mouth, man. He was ready for it.
You used to be able to hook hours like them big channel cats. You could catch them on those little crappie jigs.
Yeah.
Like
So
you
stand 53-pound channel is not the world record because South Dakota is 55.
yeah, I
And I
think
know
50,
there's one bigger than that.
That's a monster,
57
dude.
pounds is the biggest. What, 68 pounds is the biggest channel cat ever? 78 pounds.
54.
Hey, I bet that was a fight and a half.
I'll tell you one thing I found out I forgot. You know, I caught that 24-pounder. 2 years ago, I caught a 21-pounder. And I stuck my hand in his mouth. They bite way harder than any other catfish.
Yeah.
They're like a vice grip.
I don't know, man.
So that's what I was just doing. I was looking up the state records here. I know South Dakota's channel cat. I know South Dakota's channel cat's 55. Iowa's is 38.
It's a monster.
I'm about 20 off the Iowa state record. Both of them were caught in the Missouri River. So you know there's bigger ones than that in there. You just got to get them.
Georgia's 44.
God dang, 44 still is a monster, dude. I
That's a
wouldn't put
big
my hand
channel
anywhere
cat.
near his mouth.
Now here's the thing about state records though, and I just realized this is Iowa's blue cat record's like 74 pounds, and I know that it's standing, but it's not the state record. It's just some of them don't get reported.
Yeah.
Because I know of at least 3 right now that were caught this year. I've got pictures of from Uncle Lou that are 76 plus.
Well, there's a lot of
I'm
big
gonna tell you,
fish.
if I was to catch one I thought was a state record, but there's no way I could keep him live to get him certified, I'd go and put him back in there. I wouldn't kill him just to certify.
No,
A
I
lot of
would.
people don't
I would.
realize it's a state record.
111 for Tennessee's for blue cat.
Yeah.
And the flathead is what, 88,
It's
87.
100 and it's 110 and some ounces for Georgia, and then 83 for flathead in Georgia.
That
What,
Georgia
blue cat?
one was caught out of my river.
Yeah,
Just 20 miles from here.
right.
It just got broke last year. The blue cat record just got broke for last year, the state
Yep.
blue record.
In Omaha.
Was it the Audemars?
Yep. Well, no,
Like
it's in the Chattahoochee River. It was just Omaha County.
Omaha, Georgia. Yeah,
Yeah.
110.
It was a Coosa, wasn't it?
Yeah. So here's the thing about fish, though. A lot of people don't report. And prime example, when I was a kid, I caught, a lot of people will say BS, but I've got pictures. I caught a 8-pound red-eye bass. Never thought anything of it. Got pictures of it and everything. The world record now, which is 10 years later, is 5 pounds. People just don't know. I didn't know. If you don't turn it in, you don't know. A lot of these massive fish are not reported.
Right.
I mean, I would never risk it to kill the fish anyway for a state record.
No, I wouldn't either, man. I'd measure it, take
No.
pictures of it, and turn it back.
Yeah, I would do the best I could to weigh it to get my weight. I just get the measurements on it. If it's close, I'd be like, "Here's new state record. Y'all watch it swim away."
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what Luke what's his name? Luke Henches. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, but he does that channel Fish on Luke and Northwoods Angling. That's what he did with his, somewhere between 108 to 118 pounds or whatever. He just measured it and took pictures of it, set it loose, and used those pictures to make a replica.
Yeah, that's what I do. Make a replica of it. It'd be just like the original.
And that was another one that was caught here in the Missouri River.
That right there is the answer to killing a fish.
Well,
just get one for $3. Cloth tape.
That's right. That's the answer to not killing a fish.
That red-eyed bass, I mean, it's probably dead now because it's been 10 years, but I let it go. I caught it. So this is how big it was. I caught it on a 14-inch electric blue rubber worm bass fishing. Got a picture, let it go. I let it go. Nobody ever caught that fish again. I mean, it's been 10 years. I know for a fact that fish has got to be dead, but I let that fish go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's just no telling how many record fish have been caught and let go. Nobody reported.
Exactly.
Somebody else
I didn't say something about that fish.
Somebody else caught that fish and ate it.
This could be.
Yeah.
The record's 5 pounds now. I mean, I beat it by a few pounds.
I tell you what, that 53-pound and the 36-pound flathead, that's what they were done. And the reason why it was because, Luke Bryan's daddy and all that they're going to have a fish fry over here at Sunnyland. And Luke Bryan and all was coming, and that fed them a bunch of people right there at that fish fry. And
that's the best anyway. If I was going to eat a lot of fish, that's the one I'd eat.
Yeah. All you got to do is you got to know how to clean a flathead, and you cut the bloodline out and all the fat meat, and then voila.
You got to bleed them too.
Yeah.
Bleed helps a lot too, man.
Right.
If you want to tenderize it, we used to soak ours in Coca-Cola.
Coke?
Coca-Cola tenderizes the meat, and it takes the mud taste out of it.
Huh, I believe you. My grandmother, it was buttermilk.
Well, Mike, the next time you clean a flathead catfish to eat it, cut the bloodline out and cut all that yellow meat off. and
Yeah.
you will be done with all that muddy taste. I guarantee.
I mean, I don't eat a lot of fish anyway, so I mean, I don't eat a lot of catfish just because I like to let them go regardless. But I mean, I'll eat catfish 3 or 4 times a year, and if I keep them, they ain't gonna be bigger than 8 pounds regardless. So
Right.
That's me, man. I just keep a smaller one.
it's gonna be closer to 5 pounds. So I don't keep anything bigger than 8, regardless. Period.
Right.
That's one thing that I regret back in the day. That 75-pound flathead, we kept it because all of those catfish we were catching were food, and I don't know about the bloodline and everything. Like flatheads, every flathead I've ever had has been like just pure white meat. I mean, they've
Yeah.
been like there's no other catfish like it. And that 75-pound flathead, the quarter meat on the ribs. I don't know about all of y'all, but the quarter meat is the best part on a catfish, other than the tail when it gets crunchy. His quarter meat is the wrestling belt.
Yeah.
But I kind of regret that to this point because, we kept 500 pounds of fish, and we didn't really need to keep that many back then. But, I was younger. It was just kind of like, oh, my God, we caught all these fish. We got to clean them.
Right.
Now it's a lot different. I let most of my fish go.
Yeah, I do too. But we were on a mission to catch enough fish for that fish fry that day. Because, there was over 100 people there at that fish fry, and them 2 fish right there fed every one of them.
So we used to do the same thing down on Lake Oconee. We'd go catch all them carp, and we'd all sit there and we'd eat crap, and they were good.
You eat carp?
But we were fishing for big carp too, 30 pounds plus.
Wow.
Now, I'll tell you something I've never tried, but I heard is really good is gar.
Yeah, gar is good.
Really?
Yep.
Gar is
Pure
really
white meat.
heck yeah, but
Looks like cotton. So white. It looks like cotton.
How do you clean it?
With 10 snips.
So yeah, the guys that cooked it for us, I just did like everybody else, and I just throw it on the bank and let it waste. And these guys were like, "What you finna do with that?" I said, "I'm finna throw it up there and let it die, man. This thing's nasty." He said, "Man, that's some good eating."
Yeah.
I said, "No wrong." He goes, "Bull crap wash." He ran to Walmart and he just went and got some lemon, some salt, and some pepper, and then something else. And he cooked, man. We sat there and ate it on the side of the river, but it's some good eating. I'll never do that to a gar ever again.
I'm gonna keep a clean one. I'm gonna clean because I catch a ton of them. I'm gonna keep them and clean them. And if I die from food poisoning, I'm gonna hunt you. I'm gonna hunt you forever.
He took a machete.
Catfish, I'm gonna come by and go, ooh, it's
all he cut out of it was the back strap. That's all he cut out of it was the back. He used a machete and he went right down the center of the back. And he just cut the 2 back straps out the back. That was it. That's the only 2 pieces of meat he kept out.
I've heard that.
There's some videos out there on YouTube to show you how to clean gar.
I'm gonna tell you though, I get sick and die from these gar. I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna come over every time you hook a big fish over 40 pounds. I'm gonna snip.
I had it 17 years ago, and I'm still alive.
I have to try it. I might do that I've never done cooking clean, but I might do that for a gar.
I mean, it's like people don't eat carp because it's so bony, but carp's really good eating fish.
They are bony though.
They are real bony, but they're really good. Like all we would do, we would just bleed them out. We would hang them on an old picnic table. We'd hammer them up to the picnic tails and bleed them. And then we just spend
any fish I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna bleed it out. I'm gonna cut it right under the bottom of it and let him. That's where the blood vein is in the fish. Runs up on the bottom, up into the head. You just go right there under the gill plate and slice it with your fillet knife.
Plus, also hang them from the head. You cut them. You all you gotta do is cut their tail off, and it'll bleed everything out of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a shark.
It'll bleed it all out. You don't have to cut the gill plate, the gill, nothing. You hang them up by their head. You just cut their tail. those veins go all the way down to the bottom of their tail. You cut each side on the vein,
Okay.
bleed out.
I might
Yeah, I
try
don't
that.
even cut the gill plate. I just cut right up under the gill plate, the meat part under there, because the blood vessel runs up through there to the front of the head, and just slice it up under there and stick them over in a bucket of water, and it'll bleed out in the water. And
Okay.
then I'll put them in the cooler on ice.
Big
I
Mike
do
said,
that
Big
with
Mike,
every fish I eat.
Big Mike says, "Gar put hair on your head, real beast."
I doubt that, buddy. I pretty much doubt that.
Better be a big guard.
But shark
Making
fish,
a head.
shark fish the same way. If you cut their gills and you cut their tail, you bleed everything out. Like you don't have to really soak the meat too much after that.
I want to try shark. I've never
Yeah, it's good.
tried it one time, but I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was shark or not. We actually caught one time. It wasn't that 6-footer. I let him go, but it was one a little bit smaller. It was just like a 3-foot bonnet head or something. We kept it, but it stayed in the freezer for so long, and Mom and Dad just forgot about it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I don't think I really had shark. I heard it was
got you,
good.
bro. Let me
Yeah,
catch
shark.
some. I'll cook some.
Yep. Shark's good.
It really
I've
is.
eaten shark down at the beach before. Shark steaks, man, that's pretty good.
Yeah. We used to fish for shark, and we didn't keep nothing over 4 foot long because it we was in a boat, and we caught multiple sharks. Have you ever felt
Yeah.
a shark?
But I ain't fit to put nothing in a boat's got teefies anyway.
Bet.
Well, have you ever felt a shark, Mike?
Have I ever what?
Felt of a shark?
No, I don't go in above my ankles in salt water.
They feel
'Cause
rough
on-
like sandpaper.
On land, I am top of the food chain. You go into salt water, you become part of the food chain. No thanks.
You're the under part.
I seen like I was like 10 or 11 at the time, and we were swimming down there in Tampa Bay, and this kid got bit by a bull shark like 30 feet away from him. No, I'm anymore.
Yeah.
No, I won't. No, I won't. I even told my kids because we went on vacation years and years ago down there in Florida, and they wanted to go swimming, but it was during the mullet run, and I said, "Y'all are crazy."
No.
I know, and I told them, I said, if y'all get grabbed by something, you're on your own. I'm not going in there to help.
Dude, no,
I said, you will become supper for something. I said, you're crazy for going out there.
Yep.
that makes me feel weird even hearing you say that. God dang,
No,
dude. I think that, dude.
Mullet run, and they're out there swimming. They don't go out deep, but they don't realize that when those mullet blow up around them, that stuff trying to eat the mullet. I'm like, no.
3 foot's all you need for a big, giant, 800-pound shark to eat you. 3 foot of water.
It don't need to be that deep.
That's why I
You see
told my
on the East Coast over here in Virginia all the time, they have shark attacks every year in ankle deep water, a little deeper.
I don't know.
No. My dude.
When that boy got bit, we were all at our waist. Like we were waist deep. I was a big kid then too. I mean, I was like 5'6" when I was 13. So, well, I mean, that water's, up to my waist, and this kid's over here, he just starts hooping and hollering and screaming and said it got me, it bit me or something. And all of a sudden, all you see is red start boiling up inside him. And no, we got out of the water. He was missing half of his like it bit him on the
feel
back.
weird, man.
Took it off. I was like, no. Ever since then, I won't go above my ankle, period.
You making me feel weird, dude. Golly.
Yeah.
You catch them, you know what they can do to you. You see the teethies in their
I
head.
know, but I'm careful. Like then, my buddy thought it would be funny to get on one's back and take a picture, and it turned around and it nicked him. It nicked his hand. Nicked it.
Laid him open, didn't it?
And it laid him open like a machine grabbed him. No, dude.
It's like little knives, man. No. That's why I said on land, I'm at the top of the food chain. In salt water, I become the food chain.
It's
I like
a
me being
surgical
hard.
blade, dude. No, it he said it nicked him, and like his hand was laid open. I was like, "Oh, dude, you got to get away from me! I can't see that. You need to go to the hospital."
Well, there's a YouTube video here. This guy playing with his little shark. It was probably about this long. That sucker reached back and bit him right on the right there, and it just. And I was like, "No, you're an idiot.
Nope.
You're just dumb.
No,
You're just dumb."
I don't get in no salt water, man. If I can help it, I don't trust that mess.
It's like going to swimming in the Omaha River. I mean, you got alligators and bull sharks. No, thank you.
Nope.
Yeah.
I tell you, worst one I ever seen was a guy lipped a bluefish like a bass. I don't know if any of y'all know what a bluefish is, but he reached down there and picked it up like a bass, and they got piranha teeth. And that was probably one of the worst things I ever seen in my entire life. oh, Nubs over here, no thumb.
It's too many fish in salt water that got teeth. That's the reason I don't get in there.
They got teeth.
Yeah, they got teeth.
They got teeth.
What's
They got
that,
they
Andy,
got poison.
Yep. That's just like people go scuba diving. You never see me scuba dive unless somebody throw me in there.
Nope.
I'll go fishing with you down there on the beach or something like that. But if you want to turn him loose, you the one going out there to turn him loose. I ain't going.
That's me, man. I don't mind going down there fishing from the pier or even from the bank, but not in the water. No, sure, not this one.
Now, that big tiger shark, I did get out in the water and push him out, so he could breathe. I made sure I was out there probably chest deep in water with that big tiger shark now. But he was wore out, though. I mean, like we were both beat to hell and back. That was the worst 45 minutes of my life.
He might have been wore out, but if he turned back and he could bite you in half.
Yeah. And
Yeah, but he got
what?
buddies in there too. That's what I'm talking about. His buddies like be coming to rescue him.
I was so tired, I'd let him. So that was
that's
the worst
one thing about
45 minutes of my life.
He pretty much ain't got it. If he's got that big tiger shark, there ain't nothing else nowhere near that spot right there, that moment in time.
No.
Big
Says,
tiger shark.
That includes me.
I
don't mess with this thing.
I'll show you a picture. I'll show you. I don't know if any of y'all seen, but yeah, that was something serious right there. Like that was the biggest fish I ever questioned myself on getting out in the water in. Was right there. Oh man,
that's like was Black Tip H when he caught that 14.
Let me make it big size. Show it again.
That 1,200-pound hammerhead, man. That's like I'm like, man, there ain't no way. Y'all are nuts. Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Now I walked Tim out 5 foot of water. Some of the water was up to here, but me and the tiger shark were so tired. We were leaning on each other. It was the worst 45 minutes of my freaking life, dude. I no harness. I was so not only undergunned, but I was underprepared for that moment. And like 15 minutes in, I thought it was the best fish of my entire life. 30 minutes in, I was like, please stop, please. 45 minutes in, I was begging for the line to break. I got him, Florida's laws, you got to be careful. So I got out in the water with him, walked him up to about this deep in water. Both me and the tiger shark were leaning on each other like, Jesus, dude, man, next time you want to do this, like, for real, like, chill out. And I pushed him out. And he actually sat on the bottom for about 2 minutes, just kind of like, tail. He wasn't dead looking. He was moving his tail. And I was just standing there, like, looking at him, going, like, dude, please keep on going. And, about 5 minutes in, he started going. And for 1 second, 2 seconds, I thought I had screwed up. Because that shark, as he was swimming off, he did one of these. I was like, oh, he got me. And then he said,
he looked back at you and said, "This is the reason why we bite you."
Dude, you talk.
Yeah.
I don't usually get scared of stuff, but like dude, my eyes and everything. I said, because that joker said, and then kept on going.
I'd have been walking on the water.
Yeah, I'd have had something floating in the water if it was me.
Almost.
Eli, you'll be getting there now.
I was so hyped up on adrenaline, I almost didn't feel it. When he turned around like that, I was like, but like it's like everything slowed down. Like I just seen this fish looking at me, I'm looking at him, and then he just kind of like and kept going back out straight, and I just started backing up slowly, like, all right, you making the right move, I'm making the right move. I will go this way, you go this way, we'll pretend this never happened.
That's crazy, man.
Tiger shark ain't too bad, man, but I've had several encounters, especially this last year with bull sharks. It'll make you question yourself, dude. Like I was fishing for Spanish mackerel in March. I think it was March. And I had, we were all fishing waist deep. And I know what I catch stuff out of the ocean, so I don't swim in the ocean. So this was stupid on my part. Like I was breaking my own rule. Don't get in the ocean. So everybody's catching Spanish mackerel chest deep. So I got out there and I got it on one of my videos, a bull shark. All I hear is my dad behind me because he always fishes with me in the ocean. I hear, "You Pappy, watch out, Pappy, Pappy." And I'm sitting here like, man, what's he worried about? I look over, 3 foot from me. It's like a 500-pound bull shark come right up to me. And I could have slapped him with my hand. And he turned from me and went around me. He was going after all of the Spanish mackerel. That was probably the scariest moment in my entire life.
Wow.
Because I'm chest deep. And everybody says things slow down. Things kind of did. In my head, the only thing I could think of is he got me. I can't get out of the water faster than he can get me. I'm just slowly backing up thinking, don't panic. If I panic, he is going to bite me. He went right around me, and all them fishermen that were freaking out around me, he went like swarming all around them. I'm just like, I know it's not me.
I don't know if I could have stood that or not. I might have had one of them Fred samples.
Something instinctual, man. Like the second you see that shark and he's like 3 foot from you, it's like your brain my brain just clicked off. All I can think of is like, I heard 3 things in my head. Don't panic. Don't move fast. Back up slowly. That's literally the only thing I could think of. And I just started going like a robot. Just one step at a time. And he went right in front of me. And there was like a guy probably 15 foot to my right. He starts panicking. And like he's slapping his fish around. That shark said, "Yoop!" right to him and started attacking his Spanish mackerel he had. And this is bad on my part. As soon as I realized that shark's attention was on him,
Go.
I was out of water, dude.
Don't blame you.
She's like, bye-bye. And the rest of the trip, I was standing on land, dry, fishing for them fish.
That's like me and my uncle. We was out. I don't know if you know what that's a whiskey is down in Florida. Homicide Springs, across the river, down that area. We was out. We went out digging for scallops, and then we come back in and was fishing for speckled trout. And I was standing up on the boat in the front of the boat, and I was watching all them manta rays go by. And I was throwing out, reeling it back in. We fish for speckled trout with a gold spoon. And I was reeling it back in. Next thing you know, we hit a sandbar. All of a sudden, the boat stopped, and I fell out of the boat. And I was on the right side, I fell out, and I got back in without getting wet on the left side of the boat. I was moving around the nose of that boat so fast. You know, that's the only thing I could see was down there the manta rays, you know. Manta rays don't hurt you though. I didn't know they were manta rays. I thought it was stingrays.
Yeah, but they'll make you hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Mm.
But I was walking on water.
Oh yeah. There's only one thing that scares me more than sharks in the ocean. And I know what this is mostly we talk about catfish, but like I love catching fish from the bottom. This fish you catch on bottom all the time in the ocean, same setup. And I feel like it's more dangerous than a shark is a stingray.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's all I thought them things were down there. Because I was young, didn't know no better.
I've actually been stuck by a stingray, and like I don't usually have a lot of fears, but I've got a fear of stingrays. Like it come through my shoe and stuck into my big toe, and I bled. Dude, you talk about like a blood cloud. I thought I was dying. I was bleeding to death through my toe.
Clayton, you can't say I was swimming because I didn't even get wet.
He bounced. He said, "Boop."
Yeah. I was hanging on the nose of the boat going around.
That's probably why I like them so much, though. And like even big catfish, like it's something about hooking into something you have no idea what you're hooked into, and it could be dangerous to some point. Like out of big catfish. My buddy asked me, he's like, what were you thinking when you pulled that 55, 60-pound flathead into your kayak? And I was like, I wasn't. I just realized I had the biggest fish of my life in fresh water. I got to get him into this boat. I don't care if he sinks me, if he knocks me out of the boat. What? I've caught some big fish, but, Mike, he can tell you, Mike's caught some almost 100-pound catfish. Something about a fish that size, it can hurt you if you're not careful. You know what I mean? It kind of brings you back to it.
I don't see how in the world y'all reel them big fish. I couldn't even, man, my fat butt would fall out of a kayak if I got out there.
I almost did.
Man.
Believe it or not, like them 70, 80, 90-pound fish, they don't fight as hard as, not from the bank. At least my experience, it wasn't that hard of a fight. Like I've seen some go longer fights, but the 30 to 50-pound range in the Tennessee River is what fights real hard here.
But Mike,
that 90-pounder was only a 15-minute fight.
But Mike,
only 15 minutes.
But Mike, Big Mike, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. How does anybody pull in a big fish like that in a kayak?
They got more.
Yeah.
I never get her there because I'm top heavy. I'd roll over before I ever got her there.
That's right.
Never caught in a boat's mid-60s. I haven't found a kayak that I'm comfortable with. I like Beast now. I do like Beast kayak, but for what they're
700 pounds.
So
it's like a John boat. It'll hold 700 pounds. But here's the thing, though, that 55, 60-pound flathead, the way he was angled, like I edited out of the video pretty good. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of stuff I can't show in a video, but
like you falling out of the kayak.
Yeah, he almost tipped me because like the problem was it wasn't so much like his weight, it was his stomach. His stomach wouldn't come over the edge good. Like when I finally pulled him over the edge, it's like he sucked his stomach in. I was like, okay, here's my chance. But like for the first couple of minutes, it's like I tried to pull him up and his stomach just kept getting hung on the side of the kayak. I was like, Jesus, dude. Like, suck it in, boy. I got to suck it in all the time. You suck it in.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, them 50-plus pound flatheads, they do have big stomachs on them.
But You become like, I mean, once you fish in your kayak a lot, you know exactly what you can and can't do. I mean, just look at Justin Johnson. I mean, he knows exactly what he can and he can't do in his kayak.
There's
He
nothing I
knows
can't
how
do.
he knows exactly how to move to put a fish in the kayak and
Well,
stuff like that.
But all the kayak fishermen that I ever seen on videos and live, now I'm a fat boy. So ain't no need to be thinking I'm getting no kayak, think I'm gonna do nothing but roll over.
I'm a chunky dude too now. Let's not tease. I mean,
There
I know
are some big guys that kayak. I mean, there really are a couple of the YouTubers. He just came back. What's his channel name? Golly, man, I'm drawing a blank.
I just don't feel safe getting there. It's like me sitting over in a bottle top going there down there. I just don't feel right.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, he's 6'3", 6'4", something like that. I can't remember his name.
I was gonna say I'm a chunky dude too now. I'm 5'7", but here's the thing, between being fat and also the workout stuff I do, I'm right now at 255 pounds at 5'7".
Oh no.
That makes it kind of rough in a kayak. Now this kayak's a lot better than most, but when you get so the flathead was easier than the blue cat. The flathead was 55, 60 pounds, and his stomach kept hanging when I tried to pull him over. And finally, he sucked it in, and I got him in, but he was calm. The blue cat, the day before, the 44-pound blue cat, lost his ever-loving mind. He was flipping out from the time I hooked him, from the time I got him in the kayak. He would not chill out. He was jumping and twisting, and that was probably, as far as freshwater, that was the most scared I've ever been catfishing because, like, when I had him, he had me too. Like, he was twisting and had my hand twisting. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, he's either going to calm down or he's going to break my hand. Like, because I can't move. I'm trying to hold my kayak. I'm trying to move this rod. And I've got this one catfish held by 3 fingers because I didn't even have – the bad part was I had a gripper, the fish gripper, the orange ones.
Right.
I didn't have the full thing in my hand. I had 3 fingers on it. And because I was trying to – I don't know what the heck I was thinking, but I had 3 fingers on it, and he kept bucking it. And as big – 44 pounds, I'm 255, 260 pounds. You think not a problem. That entire fish is solid muscle from head to toe. It's like your leg. He kicked, and like he kept twisting my wrist around, and I'm like, dude, like if he keeps this up, I'm gonna fall out of my kayak. And I'm in like 21 foot of water, and it was like 55,000 CFS or whatever that day.
Wow.
Like I wasn't going to get back to my kayak, pretty much. Like I'm going to go downriver, I'm going to drown.
Yeah.
And, I basically had to I had to get pissed off at myself pretty much and go, I'm not going to let this fish beat me. And I skull dragged him into the kayak, but then the real fight started, and I edited all that out. He beat my equipment to hell. He was just the entire time, and I'm like, dude, if you'll chill out, I can unhook you and let you go. I just get in measurement. And like for 5 minutes, he crushed, like he threw my measuring tape out. So in that video, I had to get a piece of string and cut it to measure it later because he kicked my measuring tape out. He knocked my pliers out. Like I just now got a new pair of pliers to replace it. He kicked my pliers out. He bashed a couple of my reels, which, they're reels. They survived. But I mean, like he was beating the crap out of everything. And that's a 44-pound blue cat. So it was a whole, and that's the biggest fish at that time in my kayak. I've caught some 20-pound fish, but I've never caught a 44-pound blue cat in my kayak up to that point. It was a whole new ball game, and I learned respect real quick.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was in a fight, dude, like a bar brawl.
I ain't going into no bottle top. I just ain't in my cards. My head go off to you.
Yeah.
And I'm in a big kayak now. I see Clayton over here. It's the Old Town 136 iPilot. So that's almost a 15-foot kayak. I have tons of room, on the deck for a catfish. And dude, that 44-pound blue cat made it feel like I had no space at all, man. He was flipping around and busting stuff. I literally considered for one moment cutting my line and just letting him go because he was being so crazy.
Wow.
He was beating me up. I was bruised up the next day. My legs were beat to heck.
I bet there was, man. Yeah, Tim, that's the way I feel. See, you don't even know if he could pull in a 50-pound on a boat without help. That's the shape I'm in too, buddy.
I don't know. In a boat, that 53-pounder, I pulled him because your adrenaline is going so high right then. I mean,
Yeah.
you're Superman when you got a fish that big. Now, boat, yeah, I can pull a 50-pound fish in because I pulled that 53-pounder in. But no, I couldn't keep my balance in a kayak. That's my problem. I couldn't keep my balance in a kayak.
Your adrenaline gets to rushing when you catch some big cats.
Yes, sir.
There was a lot of stuff going on there because like adrenaline was going, and I'm stupid too. Like Mike knows I'm crazy as hell. He's crazy. He crazy knows crazy. So this year I'm gonna try to catch one 70 pounds plus in my kayak, but
Wow.
I'm gonna be careful about it. See,
All right, Brad.
I had no expectation. I just caught that 44-pounder. And so here's another thing. A lot of you folks that
Good night, Brad.
See you, Brad.
Later, bud. Appreciate you being here.
Thank
That
you
blue
for coming
cat. That blue cat was caught in 12 foot of water. Catfish always fight harder in shallow water. And he fought crazy. The flathead was caught in 33 foot of water. And he fought crazy, on the bottom. But when I got him up to the top, he was basically done. Like I had the rod stuffed in my legs because I had another pole go off at the same time. That flathead never moved from that point on. But that blue cat, he fought like 100-pound plus fish. Like the closest I can count that blue cat towards was like the 60-pound black drum that I caught in Panama City. Yeah. Like it was absolutely pure muscle and fury. Like he was mad, dude. That's one good thing. I know if any of y'all catch, blue cats, you get them big blue cats that got them big traps right here behind their head. They just look like a bodybuilder swimming through the water. That was what he was like, man. He was just mad. And it really changed my idea about kayak fishing because up to that point, I didn't think there wasn't a fish I couldn't control. And he changed my opinion real quick.
Tennessee River blue cats. They got the blue cats with the small heads on them, and they got the blue cats with the big heads on them. That's the ones you want the big heads on.
Big traps, dude.
Yeah, they got the big knots behind their neck, and they're just rough.
We always call them bodybuilders. We'd like, got a bodybuilder on the line.
Good morning, Dale. Welcome in.
Morning, Dale.
Hey, Dale. Hey, Slip. How you doing, bud?
What's up, Dale?
Oh man. But yeah, that what you said right there, Tim.
Hey, Tina, how you doing, girl?
Morning, Tina.
I just don't think I can keep my balance good enough to be a kayak fisherman, especially when the big fish hit.
It's rough.
Get my boat back there. I'm gonna have to build some kind of railing to keep me in the boat anyway, because my new Robinson got.
Welcome in, Tina.
I mean, that skiff is probably close to knee deep when I'm standing up in it. But if I get up moving around much, I'm gonna have to have a railing or something to help keep my butt in there. the shape I'm in right now.
You're welcome, Dale.
I got to come up with something like that too if I'm gonna throw that cast net
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
Time I sling that, I'll be a bloop. I'll be a bob in the water.
Oh man. Oh, Matt Clayton. Whew. You gonna be one tired fisherman.
Clayton young though. He can handle that. When I was young, I was the same way. I could sleep a couple hours and bounce up like a ball and take off. Now I sleep 2 hours. I just want to roll over to.
Welcome.
You got it, Clayton. Get a Red Bull, buddy. You'll be all right.
That's
Thank you for coming in, Garv.
Later, golf. Take care.
Later, Garv.
Later, Garv. I appreciate it, bud. I just sent out a little thank you thing for all of my mods the other day. I appreciate all of y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's important thing. You got to appreciate the ones that take you and all this. I don't even set up subscribe mode in my chat because one thing I want to get as many subscribers as I can. When you have somebody come in and I can't chat, I think that's you send out a bad message right there. But you have to have faith in your mods that they will keep you safe in your chat rooms. And I got 100% faith in my mods.
Hold up, Frozen.
Welcome in, Frozen.
Put in there. Hog leg.
Do what?
Did you see what Tim put in there a minute ago?
Is that right there?
Yeah.
Not you in particular, but I always wanted to have Tina. She would be Tina Molina. Yeah. Tina Molina.
I'm actually going fishing in about 2 hours.
Oh wow.
Hell, it's warm enough to go fishing here.
I couldn't go to sleep anyway, man. I just started my workout routine that I used to do powerlifting. I did arms today, and as soon as I did them, I was like, "Oh my god, there's no way I can freaking go to sleep." I've been awake the entire time, so we're gonna go to a little lake that me and my pops manage. This lady, she's a good friend of ours.
Right.
She has a lake, and it was super unhealthy. Like the first 300 bass we caught out of it, it's just a bass lake. They were so thin you could see daylight through them. Man, they were like skinny, beyond skinny. They were dying. They were starving to death. And she told us if we wanted to manage it, we could if we gave her a discount on her, painting her house because we're painters. That's what we do for a living.
Right.
So we were, fishing is involved. So we're like, deal. We've been adding structure. Her lake was just a big bowl. There's no structure. It was just clay.
Right.
It was 18 foot deep in the center. No structure. The bass had to eat everything in the lake. There's no brim left, no minnows, and the bass were just eating each other into extinction. So in the last 6 months, we took out, and it was overpopulated, majorly overpopulated. We took out 86 bass in the last 6 months, and most of them, I think, I don't have the paper with me because I take notes when we manage people's lakes because this is like the third lake we've managed.
Right.
I want to say like 60 of them were like emaciated, beyond emaciated. They were like on death's door. You could see daylight through them. You could see their ribs.
Right.
We kept the ones that we could eat. The ones we couldn't eat, we killed humanely and we used them in the garden for fertilizer because I'm not going to waste them. And then we added minnows, brim, just whatever, added structure. And within 6 months, the bass have actually put on 3.5 pounds. The average weight of the bass are 4 pounds.
Wow.
So they're like eager to eat, like majorly. So tomorrow we're gonna go there. We're not even going to like keep any fish or anything. We're just, we don't have any work. COVID has shut down all the work we've had for this week and probably next week. So we're
Right.
just gonna go fish. It's no catfish in this lake. We put 100 catfish in. We put 100 channel cats, and the bass were so hungry. They
Wow.
ate channel cats.
Oh man, yeah. Golly. Well, let me ask you.
8 inches when we put them in. 8-inch channel cats.
Oh wow.
Bass ate them. And they're
Wow.
not very big bass. They're
Wow.
not very big at all.
Well, let me ask you this: since y'all have a few lakes that you've managed under your belt, have you ever seen a bass that has worms coming out of it?
We've seen a few. They've had weird parasites and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of times, believe it or not, it's actually tapeworm.
They're actually coming through the skin and the scales.
Mike, I see you later, bud. Appreciate
Take
you.
it easy, Mike.
Love you, dude. Mike's one of my favorite people, man.
Yeah.
I don't know about coming through the skin, but one of the things that we've noticed, and like older, like some, not in this lake, but some of our other lakes that were unhealthy, they were actually, believe it or not, they were tapeworm. They infect the fish and they hang out of the fish, through the butt pretty much.
Right.
And they wait for something else to eat the fish to infect it.
Right.
Anytime we ever caught a fish that had any kind of like parasite, we immediately, I hate it for them, but that's just part of it. We'd get rid of them.
Right.
But we never wasted them. We always used them in the garden or something. You know what I mean? Like old Indian style, put corn, put peppers, whatever, and bury them. But I think we've managed 4 lakes now within the last 15 years. 2 of them have had some type of parasite.
Right.
But that's natural, though. A lot of people don't think. They're like, oh, God. But that's actually the 2 lakes that we managed that had that were creek fed. And, creeks can bring in all kinds of
right.
crazy pathogens and stuff, and we actually eat fish from those lakes. You just got to be careful. When you fry fish, I'm going to say, because I'm a fatty, I'm a big fatty dude. And one thing, even though I love working out and stuff now, and I used to work out, I can never get over fried fish. You fry a fish, nothing survives that. Nothing.
Yeah, that's I've caught in this one particular pond that's in Sylvester, Georgia. It's a farm pond. Every time I go bass fishing in there, I'll catch at least one that has worms coming out of it.
It happens.
But it's cows go down in that pond.
Right.
And of course we don't eat the fish that comes out of that particular pond, but
it's a weird, so like, believe it or not, it has nothing to do with the cows, like getting the fish getting the worm. So like the fish will get the worm and they'll actually wait. It depends on the type of worm, but I'm specifically speaking of tapeworm because that's a lot of fish get those.
right.
They'll wait until something like a mammal, like a cow or a donkey or a person catches a fish or is around a fish drinking water or eating the fish, like coyotes or whatever. They'll infect the larger animal.
Right.
Because what happens is like the tapeworm or whatever it is, they're just floating around in the water. They're little. They're like a tenth of the size of a maggot, like little brim and stuff will eat them. It gets in their digestive tract.
Right.
But every time we catch one that has worms that we see, or even when we clean a fish, we see it has worms, we put it in the garden we kill the fish. Sadly, it's
Right.
kind of wasted, but it feeds the garden.
Right. Right.
And after a while, you start seeing a healthier return in the fish. I mean, you can't get rid of that stuff 100%, but you can get it down to like 90% gone.
Right. Right. All right.
That's what we're going to do tomorrow. I'm actually going to get I have a booklet where I write down the weights and the length of the fish. So
Right.
6 months ago, the average length of the fish were 12 inches, and the average weight was like a pound. And they were like emaciated. 2 months ago, the last time we went out there, the average length of a fish was like, 14 inches, but they had put on an extra half pound. Like they're like little butterballs.
Right. Right. Right.
But I feel bad for them channel cats. They devour
Yeah.
poor guys.
Wow. It's hard to believe the bass would eat 6 to 8 inch, 12-inch catfish.
I had a game warden in Mississippi. I lived in Mississippi for 5 years, and that's back when I first got into managing ponds for people, just for fun. Like I don't take any money for it or anything. They just let me fish. I managed the lake for them.
Right.
This game warden, God, dude, I can't even remember his name anymore. He went through like a whole list of stuff. And this is something good for like cat fishermen to keep in mind, or bass fishermen for one thing. The number one food for bass, this is according to him now, during the spring, is catfish fry.
Yeah.
Channel cats and blue cats. Bass would gorge on catfish fry because
Right.
at that point their spines are soft.
Soft. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the way up to like 6 inches. Like when they first start getting kind of hard, the bass would murder them. And then from that point on, from 6 inches beyond, they start getting to shad, shiners, bluegill. We thought maybe the bass would hold off because we put 5,000 shiners into the lake.
Oh Lord.
Well, the bad thing is like the first time we put in, I think we put in like 12 dozen shiners, right? Just to give them something to have some kind of nutrients coming in.
Right.
And within 30 minutes, it looked like machine gun fire on the water. It was just like,
Right.
They couldn't go anywhere. So we had to put structure in the lake. I think I sank. Like my family knows I'm 100% about fishing. They know they can't talk to me unless it's about fishing. That's
right.
One positive and negative about me. I'm a simple man. Fishing, you can talk to me about fishing, but sadly, all you're going to talk to me about is fishing.
Yeah.
They would save their Christmas trees for me. So we sank 12 Christmas trees in this pond. And I say pond, it was 4 acres.
Right.
It's 18 foot deep. We spread them out to give the fish some kind of cover. We put those trees out there, and within 2 months, we noticed that the bass would start hanging towards the trees that were in the deeper water. And the trees that were underneath the dock, I would reach under. Yep. 5,000 really isn't that much when you think about how many fish were in there.
Yeah.
So we put like 12 dozen minnows in the first time to give them some kind of nutrients. Within 30 minutes, they had devoured everything. Literally everything. There was nothing left.
Right.
The next time we came out there, we put 20 dozen. We sank several trees. But then we took out, first time I think was 24 bass. So I think it was 24 bass. Then the next time was 28 bass. The next time was 36 bass. And then the last time was 11 bass. By the last time we took the bass out, the 11 bass, there were none that were emaciated anymore. They were butterballs.
Right.
The first 80 bass that we took out of there is probably the thinnest bass I've ever seen.
Wow.
So the lady that owns this lake, her husband was a big time fisher, fished all the time, and when he passed away, she didn't take care of the lake anymore. And it's one of those situations where, like, if you don't govern the lake,
Right.
it will overrun itself, and that's what happened. The bass ate everything, and they ate themselves, and then it was like just only emaciated bass left.
Right.
So I think it's been 2 months of the last time we've been to this lake. We've put in total. This is total. We have put 12,000 shiners in. We have put 500 bluegill, and this is a combination of bluegill, green sunfish,
Right.
warmouth, and I can't even think of the other two. There's some kind of like offshoot. So we put 500 bluegills. We'll just say bluegill.
Right.
We put 500 bluegill in.
Right.
We have taken out a total, I think, of like 250 bass. This is a 6-month period. So 2 months ago, we went out there and I caught several 4-pounders, which was like beyond the average. They were literally less than a half a pound.
Right.
I've hooked several that broke me off. I don't know what they are. I'm not sure what's in there. She
Wow.
said at one point in time her husband put some random fish in there. I don't know what they are. And there's a good chance, because it was 7 years ago when he sadly he passed away. But within 7 years, there's still some fish that might be bass can live up to 20 years.
Yeah.
So I believe there's still some big catfish in there, like a few that survived. So tomorrow, she asked us if we would come out and we would do an audit of her lake. We would fish it, get some measurements, whatever.
Right.
So that's what we're going to do, like what the bass are doing. I tell you, it's the most fun I've ever had. The first 2 months that we fished that lake,
Right.
we'd take it, drop it down, literally drop it down, not even cast. We would drop it down by the dock. It's like drop, oop, boop, 2 pounds,
Yeah.
2 pounds,
Right.
boop, 1 pound, boop, 1 pound,
Right.
1 pound. I think the first time we fished there, we took 20. We took only. That's another thing. We only took the unhealthy fish from the lake. We would not take any healthy fish. So the first time we fished, we took 26 emaciated bass out of the lake.
Wow.
And they were so thin, they were literally paper thin.
Oh wow.
I remember one bass was so thin and so unhealthy. When I put it in the basket, it went belly up immediately.
Oh
They
wow.
didn't have enough to sustain them. They were starving to death, right?
They were eating
Yeah.
each other out of existence.
Right.
So, it's been so I think we've honestly, I think it's been 8 months now that we have fully taken on management of this lake. And this is not the only lake. So there's a buddy of ours. He wanted a trophy lake. He had 2 catfish ponds, and I take that back. He had a brim pond and he had a catfish pond. And, one was downhill, one was uphill. He wanted a bass lake or a catfish lake that he could catch. He could take a buddy out. Because it was for the church. I'll say that. It was for the church. He wanted to take church kids and people out to catch trophy fish. When we first took his lake into management, it was the same thing. Any lake that's under 3 acres is easy for the bass. A lot of people don't understand, but bass will absolutely demolish everything in the lake.
Right.
They'll eat the fry. A 4-pound bass will eat the healthy breeding fish. And that's what he had was just bass. They had devoured all the brim. They'd eaten the catfish. We took management of those lakes. And within 2 years, I actually that big bass that I showed y'all earlier.
Right.
One of the bass from that lake.
Wow.
We cataloged. I think I cataloged 7 bass over 10 pounds. I cataloged 3 bass over 15 pounds. I didn't catch. That's a speculation. So give me a little leeway on that.
Yeah.
But when I'm sitting here watching a double hand-sized brim jump and a fish that's like 3 foot long go after it, it's a 15-pound fish. I don't care what it is.
Right.
We caught several 11-pound bass, several 12 pounds. We caught several 10s. Actually, it was funny. I caught a 10-pound bass. It was 10 pounds even on 4-pound mono with a jerk bait about this big.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And so, we told her that, and we started managing her lake. So she asked us to come tomorrow. I might even go live. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of lame, just catch it. We'll probably catch one after another because it's still overpopulated, but they're getting better. They're getting healthier.
Yeah. That's what after. You're getting the fish healthy, right?
Right. Well, that's my thing because, I felt so bad because one thing I can be, I feel bad about animals. Like, I catch them, I eat them, but at the same time, I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, give them a chance.
Right.
So the first time she let us fish her lake, I caught a bass was so thin. When I threw him back, he died immediately. It was floating.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, man, please, for the love of God, let me manage the lake. I said, I don't even care if you let me fish here, please. Let me stock this lake.
Right. Right.
Well, I know, this other guy's lake, he's got some massive, 20 plus pound channel catfish that we managed, and I've caught a few of them, but that's one of them things I don't count because I've managed them. You know what I mean? It's not like catching them out of a public river. We've been feeding them pellets, feeding them brim. They have no choice but to get fat. So that's kind of like,
right.
I don't want to keep track of that, but we've caught several in the 20-pound range.
All right. Thanks for coming in, Big Mike. I enjoyed having you up here on my panel.
Yeah, I see you, Big Mike. Dude, love you, dude. I can't wait to see you go back live catching some big fish, man. But over time, I think it took 5 years total that we got his lake under control. That I think within 5 years, we cataloged total 10 bass over 10 pounds.
Wow.
And some of them were like even bigger than that. That big one I showed was like 11 pounds, 5 ounces. We caught on a double hand-sized bluegill. We were trying to catch one of those big channel cats.
Right.
And the bass come up and swallowed it. And here's the sad part. It was on my catfish rod. So I literally just said, lift. I literally craned him out of the water and sat him on the bank.
Wow.
Because it was 40-pound, it was 50-pound braid. Just said, no fight whatsoever. No. So we're going to go tomorrow, and we're going to catalog her lake for the first time in the last 5 months and see what the fish are up to. I have a good hunt that some of those bass are going to be within the 5-pound range because, the average fish, bass-wise, I don't know about catfish, but bass, in average, put on 2.5 pounds a year. That's an average fish. That's not an exceptional fish. So I've had a few break my line. I don't know if it's channel cats that survived the onslaught or if it's bass. So I'm hoping to find out.
Right. Well, good luck. Well, good luck to you tomorrow, and let us know if you don't do nothing else. Come back tomorrow night and let us know how you did.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
I might go live tomorrow if y'all want to just pop in and take a look.
Yeah.
I feel it's kind of lame, though. It's like shooting fish, it's shooting fish in a barrel inside of a barrel inside of a barrel.
Depending on what I got going on in the morning and what time you decide to go live, I'll stop in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got a free. been texting me. She got to take somebody to work at like 6 a.m. and then wants me to go with her and do some stuff.
I know I've talked a lot tonight, but I really appreciate y'all letting me come on here. I have a lot of stories I can't share with folks because most people don't believe my stories. So that's why I started. It's literally why I started a YouTube channel, to prove to people the stuff that I see and do when I fish. So
Right.
if I don't see y'all on the live, I'll definitely pop in here tomorrow night and have a chat with you fellas.
All right. Well, what time you think you're gonna go live tomorrow? Maybe.
It's
What's the date?
about to be 5 o'clock. Probably before 10 a.m.
Okay.
I try to check you out, buddy.
And like I said, that's every time I've been, it's shooting fish in a barrel. But if you can get over the circus of me catching them little bass, we'll have a good time. So
Yeah.
Can you type in chat real quick? I can grab your link and share it.
Trying to figure out how to do that. I'm still trying to figure out this live thing.
Well, if not, I can always go look you up. I know I've got you, but I don't know who else does.
Well, Andy, can you drop the link?
Yeah, sorry, y'all. I'm still trying to figure out all
Don't be-
this live stuff.
I got a whole lot to learn too, man. I ain't never done a live, so I don't even know how to go live. I got to learn all that, man. So don't feel bad.
It's definitely helping my watch hours big time.
Yeah, I can see how it would, you know.
Yeah, I got like 4.9K watch hours already.
I just went and looked you up. I got you.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'll get better as time goes on. I'm
That's no big deal. It's just sometimes it's easier. Like your channel's not that hard to find, but there are people that are, and it's easier just to tap a name and go to channel.
Yeah.
Well, funny story. I mean, I know we're getting ready to leave, but so my buddy, the one that's my partner, went with this channel. I could not, and I'm a pretty creative person. I could not think of a name of a YouTube channel. I've been wanting to videotape the stuff that I see and do forever. And he was just like, yeah, why don't you just call it Real Beast, man? I mean, it's real, like fishing real, and we're beasts. Right. So if it just matches, and like it's stuck.
There you go.
And for nobody had taken it yet. So kudos to him because like it was perfect.
That's right. Hey.
Thanks, Chucky. I appreciate it, man. I sent you that stuff today. It might take you about 3 days to get there. I sent a little thank you to all of my mods because without y'all, man, I'd be nothing.
That's right.
Yeah, I enjoy going in and watching Pat when he's fishing. He's got a good channel.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this while I got you on the panel. If this state versus state tournament comes to pass, will you be in it with me?
Shoot, yeah. That's one thing I told my wife. I wanted to get into more tournaments this year. If I could get some information and stuff on it, like you can email me and everything, and then we'll pass phone numbers. But it's realbeast@gmail.com.
Right.
I really would love to get into some tournaments. Like there ain't no state better than our state, boy. I kick them to the curb, boy. Let's go.
Yeah.
Chew them up, spit them out, dog.
Right. Well, our Brad was the one that Brad Cottrell was the one that came up with the idea, but Jeremy took it and run with it, and we've been advertising it on my channel here, but Jeremy's sick with COVID, I think, and Jeremy Tournament Catch, and we haven't heard anything from him.
I actually talked to him. He was in a chat, I think, this morning. Said he was starting to feel a little bit better.
That's good.
Yeah. But
That stuff's some rough stuff, man. I'm just getting over it too, man. I feel and everybody else got. Uncle Josh sick with it too, bad. He went back to the doctor again.
Yeah, in fact, Jeremy told me that he was hoping to be back fishing by the end of the week.
I've actually had it 3 times at this point, and the first
three
time,
times.
3 times. The first time, it killed me. The second time was pretty bad. The third time was like I had a cold.
Wow.
Yeah, your immune system's building up its immunities.
I worked for a maintenance company. I'm not going to say their name because I don't want to start any trouble. But before the whole COVID thing started, we worked with what's the word I'm looking for? Out of country students. I can't think right now.
Right.
But
Co-eds.
we
Florida.
started. Yeah, we started noticing they were wearing masks, and we had no idea what the heck was going on. And this is 4 months before the whole COVID ridiculousness happened.
Right.
And I ended up getting sick. I felt like I was drowning in my lungs. Couldn't breathe, couldn't sleep. And I don't go to a doctor. Like, I don't go. My wife, she gets mad at me because I won't go. I
Right.
was so sick, I went to a doctor. If you don't know me, I had to been dying. Went to a doctor. It left me with pneumonia, bronchitis, and they were afraid that I was going to have a collapsed lung. They had no idea other than it was a virus.
Virus, yeah.
2 months later, the whole COVID crap happened. Then my doctor was like, well, you probably have one of those. You had it when it come through the first time. Like, okay, great. Because we had a lot of, God, I don't really believe in being politically correct. I'm just going to say overseas students.
Right. Right.
Then I got it again when I was working at a maintenance company, and it was really bad. And then this last time I had it, it was literally like a cold. Like, we had no idea. But then, my cousin went and got tested. She had the same symptoms, everything. They were like, "Oh my God, it's COVID." I'm like, the first time it almost killed me. By the third time it was like,
Right. You must have got the Omicron the third time.
Yeah, the next day I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go do whatever. Like, I don't feel bad. So
They say that Omicron is COVID, but it's not as bad as the Delta or the first wave that come through here.
they say if you think you've got a sinus infection, go get tested because it's literally like having a sinus infection. But my thing is, this is personal opinion. If you think you got a sinus infection and that's all it is, just stay home and just get over it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I've been kind of dealing with is kind of a sinus thing.
Me too.
About the last month. But I had a positive exposure to it. The friend of mine that I'm supposed to go hang out with this morning for a while, she ended up getting it from her boyfriend, soon to be ex-boyfriend. And of course, her and I, were hanging out. So I ended up getting it from her. But by the time I went and got tested, I had already isolated for 2 weeks. So my test came up negative.
Yeah. I don't know about the new one, but because I went through the old one twice, after 5 days, you're not even contagious anymore.
Right.
Right.
And
what I don't get is when they got it, they both got deathly sick.
Well, it affects
they
everybody
could barely
differently.
move.
Now, if you have diabetes, I got a couple of buddies that are doctors, and they told me, if you got diabetes, it affects you harshly. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you got to really be careful. Like, if you got cancer, or if you're going through cancer treatments, you got to be really careful.
Right.
So that's the only thing we're worried about right now because I don't throw personal business out there, but my wife's father, my father-in-law, he's got it right now. He hasn't got a positive identification, but believe me, he's got it. But her mom has been going through chemo. She's got cancer. She's been dealing with it for 3 years. That's the one that you really got to be careful about.
Right.
I won't get into like vaccines and all that other BS with this, but for the most part, for myself, I've got a pretty strong immune system. I like, as long as it's not like freaking Ebola, I could eat a couple of spoonfuls of dirt and roll around in the mud, and I'm good. Give it a week.
Yeah.
Nice, Andy.
Yeah, I see Andy is like Magic Pat. I always call myself Magic Pat.
Hey, yo, not to change the subject, but we're talking about the nameplates up here. In Mike's fishing home a while ago, earlier. Did y'all see? Did y'all see Steve Adams up there?
Uh-uh.
No,
Well, do you remember the other night when I changed his handle?
yeah,
The coach.
Yeah,
It stuck with him. It stuck with him. Yeah, I can change y'all's name in here and it'll stick with y'all.
I don't know how much time you got left. 'Cause I got a million stories. If you got to, just stop me. But
Oh no, we're not fitting to go nowhere.
Andy, I know you said you subbed to Real Beast. You only watched him a couple times. You didn't know his name was Magic Pat. So here's the funny thing. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the exclusive on where Magic Pat came from. All of my YouTube stuff, where I call myself Magic Pat. It ain't from dancing on a table. I'll tell you that much. What am I? I'm about to be 36. So I think it was like 18 years ago. God, Jesus Christ, 18 years ago. Anyway, we were playing kickball in a church inside their building, right?
Right.
And a buddy of mine pitched the ball to me. And for the first time in my life, I did something cool. The first time. The ball came to me, I slapped it down, and in the same motion, I said, slap, kick. I kicked it straight up. This is inside of a church now, y'all. Don't get mad at me. I respect the Lord and His church. You know what I'm saying? But like we were being dumb kids. I kicked that ball, went straight up, and it blew the light out of the ceiling. Right, shattered. Oh God, dude! It shattered the cover, which was a glass cover. Shattered it. Shattered the light bulb. All right, shattered the light bulb. But the filament, it bent the filament sideways. It said shatter, boom, bent it, but the filament never went out. There was nothing around it. It was just the filament. It shattered shattered the bulb and bent the filament straight up.
Right.
But the light was still on.
Oh wow.
And buddy, he looked at me and he goes, "Dang, bro, Magic Pat." And it's stuck for the last 18
Wow.
years.
Wow.
it's pretty cool.
And it's such a good name and such a good story. I stuck with Magic Pat for years. So on my YouTube channel with Real Beast, it's just been Magic Pat. I mean, because I can't top that. You know what I mean? It was just a once in a lifetime event.
Right.
But I was listening to Steve Adams a while ago. When you noticed somebody knows his coach who he didn't know where it come from.
He was confused.
Yeah, he did.
I
didn't know when I can change the name right down here. I didn't know it would stick with you. I just thought it would be in my room, He left that. Next thing you know, it follows him.
Yeah, I think they called him down there too. That's what he was saying the other night when you changed. He said that's what everybody ran out called him anyway.
Right.
Now, what I didn't tell everybody was the next day, the pastor of that church come in there and was like, what happened in here. I ended up having to go into a 40-foot ladder and replace
Oh
that.
wow. Oh wow.
I kept the building for years, man. I kept it for the longest time.
Oh wow.
You talk about like, because I was a decent. I wouldn't say I was a perfect kid, but I was decent.
Right.
But the disappointment in our pastor's face, just this look of, I did right by him, and I went up there and I replaced that bulb for him. You know what I mean? He's a good guy. I didn't, especially
Yeah.
you know, not going to talk, you know, Lord and everything, but like he was a good pastor. You know, he deserved to be done right. I went up there and I replaced it for him. But for like 2 years after that, every time I walked by, he was just like, like, dude, I swear to God, I ain't done nothing, bro. God's got my back, man. I ain't done nothing. That was an accident.
Right. I know that's the way I was when I was a kid. My mom and dad they got religion real strong and real hard. I mean we was raised Free Will Baptist, and every time the doors was open, my mom and dad was in there, and man, I knew I hated that with a passion, but it made me into what I am today, and I think I'm a pretty good man.
It sticks with you, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we stick with you now.
Now, you know, one good thing. Like, this is something a lot of people don't talk about. Like, I don't want to get too far into religion and like make anybody offended or anything, but
Right.
it's just my beliefs. But you know, Bible, church, teaching, stuff like that. One
Right.
good thing it taught me was to respect nature. Um, you know, God put, you know, I hate to say it, I don't want to make anybody mad, but I'm just going to say, you know, God put you on this earth to maintain nature. You know what I mean? He made us
Right.
have dominion over it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Right.
that's what I'm gonna say. But like, it's our responsibility to manage nature. Like God put us here. You know,
Right.
I'm sorry if you get mad about it, but like we are, you know, we're over animals and stuff, but we're also here to like govern over them, to take care of them, and that's where like managing wildlife takes place.
Right.
And I feel like it's your God-given duty to take care of nature and all of its inhabitants the way you're supposed to, and that goes into like, you know, I get people mad at me about catch and release. I really do. I actually had a guy 2 weeks ago. He didn't cuss me out, like he didn't get physical or anything or get mad, but he was like, "Why are you letting these fish go?" It's like, because if I'm not going to eat them,
Right.
why kill them? You know what I mean? You know,
Right.
I really believe in 50 years from now, you know, if I live 50 years, which I highly doubt, as crazy as I am, 50 years from now, I would like to see my grandkids catch a big blue cat. You know what I mean? But if you catch
Right.
it, every fish you catch, that's not going to happen. So, like,
Right.
that's, you know, this is my belief that we're here to manage the wildlife that we have, you know, and one good aspect is that as sportsmen, all of us, I would feel like we're all sportsmen here, is that our main thing is to keep this beautiful wildlife that we have going healthy, and you know, catch and release. I'm like, I keep some fish to eat. Like, I'm not saying you
Yeah. Oh yeah.
but if I'm not going to eat them, I let them go. That's
Right.
I feel like that's the right thing to do.
That's
And
right.
you know, I've seen that several times here as of late within the community. You know, being in other chats and whatever, that you know, you get new people all the time, and you get these people that come in that
I see
either fish for food or they are just getting into fishing or whatever the case may be. And that's one of the first things they ask is after somebody catches a fish, we all release it, no matter what the size, is, well, why do you release it? And every time somebody, whoever's channel it is, they have to go through and explain that.
Yeah.
Right.
But as a community, we don't mind doing it because it helps share that word that,
Right.
It's
like two stands. It's like two stands says, we are the stewards
Yeah.
of the fishing community.
It's
You
our
gotta-
responsibility.
Resources or your resources are going to deplete. It's just that
Right.
simple.
Right.
Not just fish, is with everything.
I'm for the first time in my life, I've never, I've had people come at me and my beliefs as far as like fishing and everything. I'm not going to get a religion, but like as far as fishing, I've had people come at me for releasing fish. They get mad. It was actually, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's 3 weeks ago. I can't remember. It's a few weeks ago. For the first time ever, I actually had somebody agree with me. I caught a big catfish, it was on one of my lives, whatever. And I had a guy was like, he was like, dude, give me that fish. I want to eat that fish. And I was like, dude, I caught it, so it's my fish.
That's
I want
right.
to let him go. He's a big fish. He's 15 pounds. Like
Right.
pounds and under, I'll eat. But 15 pounds, that's a breeding fish. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
if 15 pounds, he probably puts out like 1 million eggs, like literally 1 million eggs when it breeds. This is my responsibility to let this fish go.
Right.
And I let it go, and the guy got mad. He actually, I don't know how much was shown on the live, but he got mad. He was like, dude, why would you do that? He was like, I'm sitting here asking you, you're like disrespecting me. And I'm sitting here thinking like, oh God, man, another guy mad at me. For the first time ever, another guy, and this was a young guy. I mean, I know I'm only 36, I'm not going to say I'm like I'm old or whatever, but this guy was like 18. He come up to me, like he was in my ear, it was kind of weird. He was like, you did right, bro. I looked at him like, he's like, you did right. You let that fish go, bro. That's God's work. I'm like,
There you go.
Okay, that's the first time I ever heard that. Well, like I
Wow.
agree with you. And then
Wow.
as he was leaving, he was like, that was like God's work. I'm like, let's not get too, but
Yeah.
like seriously though, I would really like, my niece and nephew, like they watch my channel. They're my biggest fans, and I love them dearly. Like they're my world,
Right.
That's why I try to keep my channel clean and everything. And their family is not outdoorsy people. They don't hike, they don't fish, they don't
Right.
hunt. But through me, they're learning about protecting the wildlife and everything.
Right.
And when a guy comes up on my live, this is in my live, says that, and they talk to me. That's the best part, was they talked to me about it after. They were like, "What's he talking about?" Like, well, we're stewards of this natural resource. I hope that one day, if y'all decide to fish, because they don't fish, if you decide to, you have the ability to. The fish are there. If we don't keep track of that, we don't protect it, we don't stand up for our beliefs, 30
Right.
years from now, you may not have the chance to catch a 30-pound blue cat.
Right.
Especially in my area, they don't throw fish away in this area. Everything is catch. There's no release. Like, people get mad at me because I'm the only
Right.
catch and release guy.
Right.
It's
Right.
that way over everywhere. It's pretty much that same way. But we keep pushing this CPR. Yeah, I think it's gonna keep it going on. But you got to protect the resources. I believe in that.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
See, and I think probably my favorite and most memorable person coming into a chat that's new was just within the last week or so, maybe 2 weeks. And I think it was on Chunky Cat's show. But somebody came in, and if I remember right, it was a female name that came in asking him, what do you do with the fish? Why are you throwing them back? Blah, blah, blah. Then they started asking about hook size. why do you use such big hooks if you're just going to throw them back? Don't that hurt the fish? You know, and there's like 4 or 5 of us in chat trying to explain to this person what the deal is with the hook size. And that it don't actually hurt them. You know, they heal up quickly and they'll be biting again in the next half hour to an hour.
Right.
But, you know, it was just a few days after that, I was in another chat and somebody started talking about that exact situation. And they were looking at this person as a troll instead of somebody new coming in.
Right.
People don't understand.
All of that is lack of knowledge.
It really is.
And that's what we're here to do, is to teach these new people that comes in to this catfish community the things that they need to know to be part of our community. I mean, sure, we all keep fish every once in a while to eat them, or as my fact, I don't always eat my fish, but I give them to my neighbors. They like to eat fish, and
Right.
you know, that's what I do with my fish I catch. But and everybody's got their different weight sizes that they go up to. Mine is anything under 20 pounds or below. I keep to eat them, and I see Tim. His poundage is 10 pounds and below.
That's what I go by. I didn't want to bring it up. I was just going to say, Tim, I see you, but that's what we go by. That's what my family. So, you know, I don't want to keep taking over the chat, but in my family, my father is the one that taught me to fish, and like he's made me the fishing machine that I am. And he will tell you back in his day, before I, when I was like, a baby, he kept everything because that's what everybody did. They kept everything. He would keep, he caught several, he's got a way bigger catfish than I did. He's got like several 90, 100-pound catfish. They would eat every one. Every big bass they would keep, every big brim they would keep. It wasn't until he had me, and I don't want to say that like I'm the one that brought him, but I kind of was when I was about 10 years old. You can laugh if you want to, but I was watching Steve Irwin with Australia, talking about the catch and release and protecting animals and stuff.
Right.
It wasn't until then that he started watching me and letting fish go, and that he realized that maybe back then was wrong. I didn't have to keep every single fish that I caught. My dad, like I have some massive bass. Like I'm second place in my family. We have a contest. I'm second place, and my dad is first place. He's got some massive bass. He kept them all. I caught a few when I was younger, and I kept them. And then as I got smarter, I realized like I'm stealing a resource from other people. I keep this 13-pound bass. This 12-year-old kid may not get to catch that bass. That might have been the bass that he caught. That might have been his biggest bass. Like I got some smallmouth bass that I caught with Joe from Chat Cats Fishing. They're big smallmouth. I let them go because I can get a replica. Yeah, it's expensive, but I let that fish go, and like I influenced my dad, and he's old school. Keep everything, eat everything. The what's the word? I like the what do you call it? Like the safari people that just like conquered the land. That's his mentality. To see him change, and last year was the first time that I ever actually seen his like mind working. That like maybe it was wrong. Maybe all them hundreds of he caught hundreds of fish. I'll never amount to the fisherman that he is.
Right.
He because he's caught massive fish. I seen him talking to like a 12-year-old kid. Was like, hey man, you got a big bass. Maybe you should let that guy go. Maybe because like maybe your kids one day will catch that fish's offspring. That fish will breed and make a bigger fish. Maybe maybe your grandson, you caught a 12-pounder, maybe your grandson will catch a 15-pounder from that fish. And it was like the most amazing thing to see my dad make that transformation,
Right.
over the whole generation.
Right.
And
Well, and that brings me back to what Andy just said. Channel catfish rule of mine is I only keep the ones under 5 pounds. Now, I think for the majority of the community, the overall rule for most catfish is 10 pounds and under.
that's what I go by.
Right.
The majority, not all of them, but the majority.
Yeah,
Now,
that's right.
channel catfish is the one that varies the most because depending on where you're at, channel cats don't grow to certain sizes. So
Yeah.
if your record channel cat is like 15 pounds, the 5 pounds and under rule is great.
Good morning, Ernie Brown.
Take down.
But like where I'm at, and our state record is 38 pounds. You go 2 hours north at 55 pounds. Now, granted, I still won't go over that 10-pound mark, but I understand people wanting to keep a 15-pounder.
Right.
Right. You can't
So-
get mad at people.
That's like, let's see, that's like I ran out of fish in my freezer. I kept about 10 that size right the other day.
I love that chat. I love
See, and
that.
that's about the size of the bullhead I keep to eat.
Right.
After I
Yeah.
skinned them, and of course, now I caught some titty brim also. You know what a titty brim is? Yep. There you go. They so big you have to hold them up against your titty to get the hook loose.
Yeah. I don't want y'all to misunderstand me. I'm not saying you can't keep a fish. I know y'all probably understand that, but like especially like you, the titty brim, like but my dad, I'll tell you one thing, he's like, let the big fish go, breed. You catch a shell cracker. You catch a shell cracker the size of my shoe, he'll cut you to death to get that shell cracker. That's his fish right there, boy. Over grouper, over mahi, anything. That's his favorite fish.
Yep.
My thing is though, is just through the subtle things that I've done over the years, because like I don't know, like I just felt like I was wasting a resource, and seeing him watching me. And then see him tell a kid was like, hey, man, bro, I know you got that 30-pound blue cat, but maybe you ought to let him go. I'm sitting here looking at my dad like, dude, you keep everything. Like, you keep literally everything.
Right.
You're telling this kid let it go? And he's like, yeah, that catfish, it's going to lay more eggs, which is true. They lay more per body weight. He don't understand the science behind it, but he understands – the I don't know what's the fact behind it. He's like, yeah, it's gonna lay more eggs. 30 years from now, you may not be thinking about it, but your great grandkids not want to catch a blue cat, and they might, that catfish has got the genetics for a big cat. You let it go. 30 years from now, maybe your great grandkids will catch a 35-pounder, a 40-pounder, a 50-pounder.
Right.
To see that from him when, like, I remember as a kid, like he would catch and kill everything. Everything was food.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
I actually looked up at one point the genetic, I guess, side of it a little bit. And you had said something earlier about, a fish so big may lay 1 million eggs or whatever.
There, but yeah.
But I think what it is, if I remember right, it's for every pound of the fish, they can lay up to 1,000 eggs. So if you've got a 15-pound fish, you've got 15,000 eggs.
I was telling you in my dad speak, he don't understand some stuff. He just knows things by things. So like he knows big fish equals many eggs.
There you go. Heck yeah.
I influenced him as a kid, when I was a kid, like regrettably, I've got, I don't have them here in my wall, but I will soon. And they're a pride of mine. but I've got several massive bass and big sharks that I kept. You know what I mean? Like as a trophy.
Right.
When I was younger, I didn't know better. I was just like,
Right.
you know, the big white conqueror going, you know, like going to Africa, killing the elephants and the lions.
Right.
When I was a kid, you know, I caught some 12.5-pounders. I caught several 10-pound bass. You know, that in my
Right.
family, bass are the only thing that counts. I'm the weird one. When I go for catfish, gar, sharks, they're like, man, what the hell's wrong with you? You can't catch a bass? Like, no, I've caught many big bass, more than you have caught. Other than my dad, he's got the record bass in my family. But I don't know. It was just a weird moment in my life where, like, I can't really pinpoint it. I just sat back. It's like I had a lucid moment in my mind. It was just like, dude, you're killing big
Well, you know,
fish.
I heard, I think it was Epic was talking about it one time, if I ain't mistaken. He said it's only a certain percentage of catfish that have the genetics to get to be 80 or 100 pounds or whatever.
Right.
So
Right.
you try to preserve that percentage of fish to keep that going on. If you catch them and keep them, you're destroying that part of the genetics in the chain.
Right.
It's
You
weird.
need
It's
to put 'em back in.
many generations.
More eggs because they're a whole lot bigger, and they'll put that certain percentage of genetics into the water so you have more big fish. That's the way he was explaining it on a
Yeah.
live.
And you know, Don R, he's actually a perfect example of that. I don't know if you guys have seen his videos he's put out lately, but he lives in North Dakota and volunteers his time or whatever at the fish hatchery in Yankton, South Dakota.
Yeah.
And they're doing those studies and trying to repopulate the pallid sturgeon so that they can get them off the endangered species list. And now I myself, I've caught a couple pallid sturgeons. They're fun to catch and would love to see them get back to, you know, a good population.
That's one
Yeah.
thing I ain't never caught. My uncle has a sturgeon.
Yeah, see, around here, our more popular sturgeon is the shovel nose sturgeon, which don't get very big. I think our state record's like 12 pounds.
Ooh, that's tiny for a sturgeon.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's just the breed that they are. You know,
Right.
they don't get like the big lake sturgeons and
I think sturgeon. I think 1,000 pounds. I'm sorry.
yeah, no, and a lot of people do.
I ain't
Yeah.
never caught a sturgeon, but 1,000-pound sturgeon, good mooly.
Right.
I ain't never caught a sturgeon, but I've caught something that most people have never caught. I've caught a 4-foot alligator gar.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Heck yeah, dude.
I've
And-
caught them off the Flint River.
I caught a little gar before, but I never caught a big one of them.
My sister caught a sturgeon in Tennessee River. She's the only one in the family that caught one
Oh, wow.
on ultralight. Believe it or not.
I bet that's a trip.
Oh, dude, I wasn't prepared. I only filmed a few spots of it with my phone. I got it jumping, I got it running line, but it was an 1.5-hour fight, and we ended up not being able to get pictures of it because a lady and a guy were threatening to beat us up and call the game warden if we took it out of the water. So,
Right.
which in Tennessee you can by law take it out of the water.
Well, and that's what I was kind of getting at with this whole pallid sturgeon thing. You know, like I said, I've caught a couple of them, and I really don't know if it's legal to take them out of the water or not. But I know the Missouri River, I'm not getting in the water to unhook them.
Yeah, right.
So I take them out of the water, I unhook them, I release them. I know they're endangered. I know they're illegal to keep. But being on the endangered species list, the official, unofficial state record for it is like 68 pounds, which for this area, that's huge.
Right. That's a big fish.
Yeah.
And Tim, no, Melissa don't eat fish. She'll eat fish sticks or fish on John's liver, but
Yeah, I can't say anything to that either because I've got like 7 catfish in my freezer that I got like 3 years ago. It's one of those things. You plant a fish fry, so you keep a few of them, and then you just don't eat them.
Keep them for a fish fry. I used to have bird every year, and I'd catch some and keep them just for the fish fry. About all I keep. But I ain't done that in the last 3 or 4 years. So
Right.
Yeah,
And my favorite fish is actually a speckled trout from the ocean.
that's a good fish. They're
Yeah.
delicious.
Yes, sir, they are. That's my favorite fish to eat.
You ought to come down to Keaton Beach with me and go fishing. I don't know if you get to know me a little better, but let's go to Keaton Beach. I'm gonna put you on as a speckled trout.
Oh wow.
See, I agree with Tim right there. He said he loves to eat walleye. That is one of the best tasting freshwater fish.
I've never tried a walleye.
I've never had a walleye either.
I've caught some little ones, but I never kept any to eat them. I need to try eating some of them. I've heard excellent.
My thing is like the thing I was getting at was like I try to be humane now with the fish that I keep. You know what I mean? Like I've got several big bass that I've mounted on the wall when I was a kid.
Right.
But now I let them go. But it goes into like shark fishing, which I believe is that's magnum fishing. That's like an upper level kind of fishing. But with my family, if we catch a good one shark will feed my entire family for a year.
Yep.
Right.
I don't have to kill 10 sharks. One good shark, like 100-pound, which is a big black tip, 100-pound black tip will feed my entire family for a year.
Yeah.
I need to kill 5 of them.
Yeah. That's what we used to down in Chester, Whiskey, Florida. We used to, go out hunt fishing for shark, but we never caught none over 4 foot. But we catch 2 to 3 4-foot sharks, bring them home, and that's enough to feed 3 families right there.
It really is. They're solid meat.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I got to run to the hill and take a steal.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just a lot of people, they see my pictures and stuff, especially in the background. One thing I believe in is catch and release. Like if you're not going to eat it, let it go. And like my family, they want to keep when I say family now, I say I'm excluding my dad and my sister. I'm talking aunts, uncles. They want to keep every big bass because it's like a badge of honor. But there's no reason to. If you're not going to eat it, I've caught some 12.5-pound bass. If you let them go, which I did, you let them go. The next year, there's no telling. Like that's one of the lakes that I manage. We caught a couple of bass. I know for a fact was 10 pounds the year before. The next year when we caught it, same fish had same markings. It was almost a 13-pound fish. That's even for me, that's a trophy. Even for me, but for a lot of people, that's a once in a lifetime fish. But if you kill them too early, they'll never experience that side of it, like magnum fishing, like bass fishing. All I do is trophy fish. They'll never understand because, they'll never see a bass over 10 pounds because they're all kept and killed.
Right. And hanging on a wall somewhere.
Yeah. I actually, here in the last couple of years, last 2 years, I've seen people keeping catfish and making mounts of big catfish, which, looks nice, and I wouldn't mind having a few of like my big blue cat, my big flathead. But here's the thing. I'm looking to get a plaster Paris mount because I released those fish. They're in the river right now. Somebody else can catch them.
Right.
These other people are keeping the fish. And
Right.
I'm not going to get mad at somebody. You get excited and you keep a fish. That's your fish. You did it legally.
Right.
But if you do it the right way, you can let it go, get the measurements, you can get the colors right, and somebody else 2 years from now can catch. You caught a 78 pounder, it could be a 94 pounder for somebody else.
Right.
Yep.
And I don't even want to get into pay lakes.
And you see another aspect of it too that you kind of touched on earlier, Pat, as far as what to keep, what not to keep. And that's when they gut hook themselves.
Right.
You know, there's been a few times that I've seen where people have got them gut hooked, and they'll look at the camera on YouTube and be like, well, he swallowed it, he's gut hooked, so we're just going to keep him and go take him home and eat him. Now, it's actually a 90% survival rate if you don't mess with that hook.
Yep.
Get down into it and cut that line as close as you can. It'll actually digest that hook, and it won't even phase them.
I have proof of that. I caught a bass. I say bass. Catfishing in the last 2 years has become big to me because, that's just it's supporting me. My family's bass fishing. I'm branching out, but in my grandmother's lake, I hooked a 4-pound bass with a hula popper. It's an old school hula popper. He broke me off. He broke the 10-pound line. 2 weeks later, I caught him under my grandmother's dock. I didn't realize it was the same fish until I cleaned him. The hula popper was still in his stomach. I'm just saying numbers, but 95% of it was digested. There was literally just a few and a couple of super digested hooks.
Yep.
Hooks. He had almost completely digested that top water plug, and he had it fully swallowed.
Yep.
That bass was healthy and happy and had no problem hitting another lure that I threw out there.
Wow.
See, and that's what makes me sick when I see these people on YouTube and and past videos over the years where they'll gut hook a fish, be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep it, and get the little snips out, get in there as far as you can.
Yep.
And let it go. Don't even mess with that hook.
Yeah.
Right.
Something I don't tell a lot of people. I'll say on this, anybody who's watching this live, you'll get kind of like a first at hand update here. But that big tiger shark that I caught, that 9.5 foot tiger shark, 2 years ago. I think it's 2 years now. He swallowed the circle hook when he hit. Like he literally engulfed everything, and he was gut hooked.
Right.
When we pulled him up, and we got to looking and realized he was gut hooked, we actually reached in through the gills and snipped the wire down as far as possible.
Right.
Usually on a shark that's gut hooked, most of the time they roll over. But a lot of people mishandle the fish. Like we literally took as much care as we could. We reached in the gills, we snipped it way down here. It was past his jaw, and it was a small circle hook compared to like what he's used to eating.
Right.
Fish swam off as strong as any fish I've ever hooked in my entire life, and I've seen other fish that were hooked not as good as that one, and just roll over and die. And it's a lot to do with how you handle a fish. I've gut hooked bass and catfish and got the hook back and let them go. And if you do it just right, if you don't force it, rip their guts out through their gills or mouth, they swim off perfectly fine.
Yep.
Good morning, Chris.
Hooks and hammocks. What's up, bud? Anyway, my rant's over. Anymore. I just protect your fish, protect your fishery. That's all I gotta say.
That's it.
That's right.
Yeah, glad to be back. Old Steel's churning fine. Got a good little stream coming in about a gallon an hour.
Yeah, I really wish people would, especially being in the community and people that know like you and me and Big Mike. I know he's touched on it once or twice too about the gut hooking. But I wish there was more people that would just talk about that and be like, look, just cut cut the hook off.
Brian B.
What up, Brian?
Brian,
Right.
The gut hooking thing, it depends though. Like sometimes it's better to cut the hook, and sometimes it's better to get the hook back.
Right.
It just depends on the fish and like the species and like where they're hooked at.
well, they got a acid in their body that'll eat the hookups for a while too.
Well, yeah, and 90% of your terminal tackle is actually biodegradable, rustable. It'll eventually dissolve away.
If I hook him in his gut and I see it's gonna kill him to get it out, I'll just clip a line and let him go.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless I want to use him for bait, and then if I'm
Right.
Oh yeah, I mean I've done that with sunfish too, where they'll be gut hooked, and I'm like, I try to keep a lot of them for live bait, and I'll cut some up. But when I got one that's gut hooked, throw him in the live well, and he just instantly rolls over. Well,
Yep.
you're instant cut bait.
Yeah, that's right. That's the way I work it.
One good thing about catfish is they don't care, man. I've literally caught the same catfish 3 times in a row.
Yep.
Yep.
They get. I sometimes I think they get mad. They're just like, I'm gonna eat this whether you say I'm going to or not.
Right. I think they do too.
And I hooked a bass one time. I hooked a catfish one time 3 times. I caught him 3 times. And it was ridiculous. I think it might have been breeding season. I don't know. But I know for sure the bass was not on breeding season. It got pissed off. I threw a rooster tail past him. He hit it, hooked him, come off. Threw it past him, hit it, hooked him, come off. 3rd time, he was like a monster. He swallowed it. He jumped for it. And I was like, oh, my God. I know for a fact he was mad.
Right. Right. I've caught several bass like that. Hit it several times. So I used to fish for bass a few years ago. That's before.
I got a lure.
That's before I started.
I'm going to try to catch a catfish on this bass lure right here. Y'all tell me if you think a catfish will hit this thing.
Let me make it big.
Yeah, they hit it.
Yeah, they'll hit it. Yep. I think they will.
It's a gizzard shad, buddy.
Yep.
I rub a little scent on it. One of my things that I'm going to try to do this year is I'm going to try to catch, I throw Magnum baits for bass, because I catch huge bass. You know what I'm saying? Like, not trying to be like bragging, but I catch huge bass. And the reason why is I throw baits like this. You give me a second. Let me go grab a bait for you.
Hey, wait a minute. You plan on catching a big fish I see right there in your background, that big green Rapala?
Oh, yeah. I've won that in a contest this year. It's the only thing I've ever won in my life.
You can't tackle box. You got to tote that with your reels.
Yeah.
I got a pole that'll throw
you plan on catching big old fish with that one.
Now, I don't know what all bait y'all use for catfishing, but I got a bait. I'm gonna go grab it real quick. I'm gonna come back. You tell me if you think a catfish will grab this thing thinking it's a skipjack. I'm gonna be right back.
All right. Yeah, I got a skipjack that I use for I use sometimes, but it's made out of like a silicone rubber like thing that's got a big old J hook coming out of its belly.
Yeah.
It's soft.
Yeah, I got some few lures that's not real big though. They're probably about 4 inches. They're replicas of fish I use sometimes. But I catch more stripers and stuff off of regular bass than I do catfish.
Right.
but I have caught a couple catfish on it. I've caught catfish off rooster tails and meps and stuff like that too.
Yeah.
Now, hear me out. I rub just a little scent on it, just a little bit. You tell me a catfish won't think this is a skipjack.
Yeah, that right there is what I got. That's what I got right there. I use that. I use it.
I use these for bass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see where bass and cat would bite it if they see it coming through and think it's food. Yeah, they're gonna go for it because it look like it.
Yep.
I
Of course, I
do.
ain't caught nothing on mine yet, but I use that. I throw that thing out.
The biggest bass I ever hooked in my life was on one of these, and I lost him sadly. But I thought about, I love doing things to like test to see what I can do. Like this year, one of my things is to try to catch a 70-pound catfish out of a kayak. One of my things is to catch a 40-pound plus catfish on my fly rod.
Right.
One thing is to catch a 30-pound plus catfish on an artificial. And I swear, this thing it has to look like a skipjack to them. Like I catch big bass on these. I could just imagine a big flathead slamming this Huddleston.
Right.
Just rub a little skipjack on it, give it a smell so it don't smell plasticky, and just hang on.
Yeah, that's what maybe I ought to try that. 'Cause I got a couple just like that. That I've been fishing with them, but I haven't caught nothing on them yet. But I ought to rub a little scent on it. I ain't thought about that.
It'd be fun. It'd be something different.
Wow.
Especially this gizzard shag right here.
Maybe put some a can of sardines in a Ziploc bag and leave it in there a couple of days.
I'm always trying crazy stuff to see what I can get away with on these fish.
Hey man, nothing wrong with that. That's learning,
That's how I found out channel cats will hit a white rooster tail.
Yeah. Them speckled cats the other day that I was catching, they were hitting pond worms.
Hit what?
Pond worms.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Susquehanna Stan said throw a 12-pound bass for a big cat.
I've seen catfish eat a 3-pound bass, 4-pound bass.
Oh yeah, it will.
Flatheads don't care, man. If they can fit their mouth around, they'll eat a 12-pound carp, no problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And my brother got a good idea too. I had never thought about it that way. He said, "Oh, how about injecting it with a scent?"
Yeah.
I thought about that. It'd be something fun to put on my bass rod and drift it around in the Tennessee River, see what the heck picks it up. Probably
I
a
think
big
I'm gonna try that with mine. I'm gonna open a can of sardines and put it in a gallon Ziploc bag, and I'm gonna put that joker right there in there for a couple of days.
Can you believe this is a 10.5-inch bait? Can you believe I've had bass swallow this?
I ain't never caught nothing on mine. Of course, I haven't been bass fishing with it. I've tried to run it across the bottom before.
I'd like to see a flathead eat this thing, man.
Yeah.
I can see it happening.
Probably in my area in Tennessee River, truth of the matter is, if anything's going to hit it, it's probably going to be a stripe.
Yeah.
The stripe going to get to it before that catfish does. But maybe this year I get a flathead on it. Maybe a blue. I mean, I'm not going to discount a blue, but my odds are on a flathead hitting that.
Yeah, mine too. I could see a flathead hitting it.
Yep.
We used to catch flatheads by accident in Mississippi on white flukes when jigheads fishing for stripes. They would hit it. You knew immediately because You couldn't budge them on them bass rods.
I've already used 20-inch live suckers.
That's a big
Wow.
bait.
Yeah, that's big bait.
You're talking about double this thing right here, man. You're talking
Yeah.
about double this. This is 10,
Right.
10 and a half inches, actually. You're
Right.
talking about double this thing. Like next to my hand. I got some big meat hooks. We're talking about this halfway to my elbow.
Right. Donkey
One thing-
bait.
You the bait would be you ain't got to worry about your dinks biting on it too much.
There you go.
They might like a head, they might peck the inside of the head and leave it a shell over a couple hours or something, but
Right.
you know when something bite it, take it right there, it's gonna be a nice one too to get it in the mouth.
Right. All right, folks. Well, we're gonna wrap it up in about another 10 minutes. Give me a 4-hour stream. It's 6 o'clock my time.
I
Georgia
got
time.
an hour before I get going.
Ain't no laying down no man. You just take an hour nap and make you mad.
That's right.
I'm not going to go to sleep because as soon as I go to sleep, my pop's going to be calling me like, hey, man, we got to go to that lake and find out what all's in there right now. I'll take a shower, brush my teeth, get dressed, and just wait. Y'all might see me live. I don't know.
Yeah, man. Get you a cup of coffee and a couple of Red Bulls, you be good to go, man.
Brew me some coffee with Red Bulls.
There you go. Booster jack. That'd be what you call that, a booster jack. It'll boost you up and jack you at the door.
Oh, yeah. I appreciate y'all letting me come in here. I know it was probably kind of, last minute or whatever, but I had a blast.
Yeah, man, it's good to meet you, man. I see you up on Mike's panel, and that's the first time I really hadn't checked you out. No, I think I'm hooked set to you, though. I'm trying to get around to everybody, but I'm going to check you out more, man. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, it's same here. I know tonight after I get done fishing, if ain't nothing going on, maybe I'll jump back on here if y'all got an opening.
Cool. But if you go live today, man, probably check you today.
Yeah, I'm going to try to. We'll see.
Okay. You got a good signal, go for it, man.
Yeah, Andy. I went to the doctor today or yesterday, and I got it. He says it's 95% smaller than it was when I first come in there, and of course I could tell that, But every time I go to the doctor, he cuts it on it some more, and he did yesterday too. So I got to heal that back up, and then I'm gonna start going fishing. Yep, I'm gonna be doing some live streams here soon.
I love how doctors, in order to heal you up, cause more pain.
Yeah,
I heard you
that doctor, he cuts on it.
Hey,
Yeah.
He tells me how much.
What is it? Visionary Concepts dot us. Okay. I'll do that.
He tells me how much I'm healing up, and then he goes to cutting on it again.
Well,
He just won't make more money.
Hogleg, email me, man, with your information, and I'll try to get set up with you and do some tournaments this year. That's one of my big things is to try to get into more tournaments this year.
Yeah, I got a boat. Yeah, I got a boat, and I was talking about hitting you up and going to Florence Marina. You remember a while
That's
back?
right down here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to meet you up at Florence Marina, and we'd go out there and catch some blues.
The Georgia record was caught out of Omaha right off of Florence Marina. It's 111 pounds.
Right.
I didn't even think we had catfish that size, and then here they come pulling it out. So
Well, the one before that was caught down in Lake Seminole,
Yeah.
110 pounds.
Yeah. Let me know. I'm glad to whatever I got to do to fish with you and do some tournaments. I really want to get into some this year.
And y'all get to doing that now. You gotta go do some lives and some videos too now, so the rest of us can see it.
How to not catch fish. Got it.
There you go. And I'm serious about hooking up me and you going doing that tournament in Jasper. It's $100 each, $200 minimum per boat.
Right.
So you got me and you. That's $200 right there. But you have a chance to win. Like I said, in the past, it's been $17,000.
You never know.
Right.
We might
That's
get a nickel.
nice little roll. That'll finance your fishing for a while.
That's right.
Yeah, 2 reels of mine, and we'll be broke.
Well, I fish with cheap stuff. My best rod is right there. It's Uncle Lou's rod and a Chaos 50 and or 60 Chaos 60. But I caught that 53-pound flathead on a big game rod with a 209 pin reel.
Heck yeah.
Yep. I've caught many fish on them 209s and the big game rods.
Yeah, I got a couple 3 of them 309s.
I got one 309.
Yeah, they don't cast too good though. You don't get them very far off the bank if you fish with them off the bank. But I did stick them off the side of the boat, just let them.
Yeah, that's how I fish.
Yeah. Or either I'll put them on a planer board, which I never really done a whole lot of planer boarding, but I'm gonna get it.
I ain't never done planer board.
I thought they were good for that. I planer board for stripers, but I ain't never done it for catfish.
I ain't never planer board.
I did it with my brother-in-law then. He knew what he was doing. I was like, oh yeah, man, that's good.
I'll catch y'all later. I'm going to go ahead and bounce off of here. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Good luck today, man. I hope you find them things growing fast.
Thanks for being up here.
Yeah, we'll see about tomorrow. If I'm not asleep, I'll be catching a fish, or maybe I'll catch a fish asleep. I don't know.
Welcome in, small water.
Morning, John. Later, Pat.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I was getting ready to jump off here too, and you're ready to grab a shower before she gets going and decides to stop by.
All right, buddy. You have a good day today. Be careful. Stay safe.
Oh, always.
Good night, Andy. Eh?
Night, Andy.
See you later, Andy.
Take it easy, Tina.
Tina, I'm gonna send you an email as soon as I get off here.
Good luck out there, Chris.
Later, Chris. Good luck, brother.
Have a good one, man.
Yep, I'm gonna jump out of here too, bud.
All right. Take it easy and like you said, maybe well, never mind.
Yeah, let's not go there yet.
But no, you welcome up here anytime on my live. You know that.
I think I've pretty much been here since the beginning, outside of a few days. So,
Yep. Thank you for coming in, Chucky. You have a good one too.
Later, Chuckster.
all right, buddy. We'll probably see you tonight,
All right, Ernie.
tomorrow morning, whatever it is.
All right.
Yeah. Cool. Take care, man.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
All right,
Later.
take it easy, Mike. Good luck. And then there was 2. Well,
You see what Ernest said, don't you? Roll that beautiful bean footage.
yep. All right, I'm fixing to.
appreciate you having me up here again, putting up with me. Good to
Thank
see
you.
everybody.
Thank you for coming in here and hanging in.
Oh man, that's a privilege, man. I enjoy it.
It's a privilege to having you up here on my panel.
Oh man, you make me blush now.
That's what I'm to do. All right, y'all, take it easy.
Later, everybody.